Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Hello, 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 and good morning, everybody. How are my lovely YouTubies this morning? Good morning. Not on TikTok just yet. Thought I'd come on here and say hello first because I feel sometimes I ignore you guys over here. I don't mean to. It's just yesterday we decided that we were going to go over to TikTok and chatty chat over there, and I totally forgot about YouTube. So I apologize. So sorry. Do put in the comments if you can comment, say hi, and I'll give you a special shout out before we go live on Tickety Talk. Hello and welcome. Today's going to be a very busy and hectic day. There's a lot going on. Good morning, Kimberly. All right, I'm going to go live on TikTok. Yeah. Oh, I hear you downstairs. All right, now we're going to go live on the Tickety Talk. Whew, I came on a little early today because I wanted to talk a little bit before they get into all of their jazz today. Good morning, everybody. Hello, welcome in. Welcome to Legalese 123. I am your host, MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case today. If you know, you know. Today's day 20. Will it end today? Oh, the cameraman just went wonky. The cameraman just went zoo, 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 zoo. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Sabrina and Aaron. Hello, everybody. Kimberly's over on the YouTube. Just to let you guys know that it is live. The cameraman kind of zoomed in on the channel this morning. All right. You guys know it takes a little bit of time for people to come in. So everybody who's in on Tickety Talk, hello, Mama Lou. Hello, Miss Farah. Chelsea, you missed yesterday. Quick recap. Oh, Chelsea, man. Reddington asked for a mistrial, Chelsea. It was fire. I made a little YouTube about it or TikTok about it yesterday, Chelsea. Uh-oh, they're coming in. Hang on. So if you missed it, Chelsea, yesterday, there was an expert for the Commonwealth who was on the stand, and he kept bringing up religion. I'm just going to make it really quick. He kept bringing up religion. He wasn't supposed to, and then Reddington had it. And so Reddington asked for a mistrial. But the thing is that the prosecutor didn't ask him the questions. The guy elicited it himself. She could have stopped him, but she didn't. And when that happened, Reddington said, "I'm fed up." And so he asked for a mistrial. They had a big kerfuffle. And then the judge denied the mistrial. So today, that guy is still back on the stand. The prosecution's still going to give him the business. And then Reddington needs to cross. And then there's another witness. And then later on today, we might do a charging conference. And then tomorrow, we might get to closing arguments. So Farah wants to know if Mary's going to go live today. It is a Tuesday. It is Mary's day to go live. Good morning, Tori. Hello. Kimberly, I don't know what those are. Kimberly, what are those emojis you put in there? They look like eggs, but I don't know. Kimberly sending me emojis. I don't know what they are. Miss Rivera says, good morning, and reminder, please be respectful this morning. She's already on it. She's convicted by Friday. Interesting. All right. Yes. Oh, my Atlanta, Chelsea. So much has happened. So, Chelsea, if you had to go back and do a recap tomorrow, of course, you can go on my YouTube page. And then you can just go scroll, but definitely watch Dr. Hellburn and what he has to say. All right, everybody, good morning. We are going to start. I know court just started. You're jumping in and out. Like to see the witnesses that Reddington does. Yes. Yep, if everybody can do the hearts, that would be great. And just FYI, we are missing a mod this morning. Yes, our lovely Eva. She is not feeling well this morning. I don't know if she's going to be on, if you're going to be on the TV this morning. Oh, is coffee? They're small though. Oh, okay, I can see it now. I see it now. You guys, it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday, which is a Monday. All right, everybody. If you don't know who I am, hi, I'm MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're in the middle of watching the Lindsay Clancy trial. Just FYI, no spoilers. We are a little bit behind because I stop and talk. I answer your questions. If you want to join me, we are live on YouTube as well. Same channel name, Legalese123. You can watch with me. There is a little chatty chat there that you can chat with, or some people sit on there and watch me on the big TV, and then they'll go on TikTok and chat, or some people come on to chat during sidebars and or lunch. But there is a chat on there. I do go on and talk to people on there as well. So that is that. Just a quick note, and then we'll get started. After Lindsay Clancy is over, you're going to have withdrawals. You're going to have withdrawals. Don't worry. Got you covered. You are my law lovies. I got you covered. I've been doing this for a very long time. I haven't done it on TikTok before because I didn't know I could, but here we are. What do we have coming up this Thursday? If we're still in verdict watch and what's going on, we're going to switch and we're going to watch Rosemary Scapicchio in action. Rosemary Scapicchio is the attorney for Lindsay Clancy in her civil case, but Rosemary Scapicchio's got some Massachusetts bigwigs and some hot water. She's going to have them on the stand on Thursday, and she is doing what's I called a barbecue. It's a roasting. She has them on the stand, and an Assistant District Attorney Adam Lawley, if you know, you know. He was the one that prosecuted Karen Reed. She's going to have him on the stand, and she gets to ask him anything. It's in reference to the Miles King case. If that's going to be broadcast live, which I think that it will be, we will watch it. But we'll also be on verdict watch at the same time. Missy, can you do two things at the same time? You bet. So I will. All right, law lovies, let me know where you're coming in from. What state are you coming in from? I like to collect that information, as well as what do you guys got going on today? What are you guys drinking this morning? I know we got a lot of Diet Cokes and we got a lot of coffees. Tennessee, South Texas, Colorado, California. Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning. Georgia. Boston, Mel. Mel knows all about the Boston shenanigans. Mel, let me know if you're in for it. Are you ready to hear Rosemary Scapicchio? Dubai, Wisconsin. Good morning, Chicago. No, we haven't started yet. Well, I don't know. They might have started, but I stopped it. So California, yes. Thanks, Mel. Great. Mel's going to be our expert Bostonian. There's a lot of shenanigans going on in Massachusetts, and I'm here for it. Iced coffee and getting a cavity filled. Oh my gosh. Can't wait to ask my dentist if he's been watching. If not, Stormy, you got to tell him, come watch me, right? There's this great creator. Come watch her. All right, my law lovies, we are going to begin to get ready to go. Just FYI, I have a goal today for our likes. We're going to get up to 275. We hit 250 yesterday, but it was a little slow getting there. 250 today is our thing. So everybody that's in the chat, there's 125 of you. Let's hit that hearty heart like button. And also, we're going to give some hearts out to our girl who can't make it today, Miss Eva. If she by chance pops in, I'll let you know. She is one of my moderators. She's not feeling well today, so we're sending her some things. My goodness, who is still reeling from the second request for a hot mistrial? Yeah. And let's hope there's not another one, because I got to tell you guys, if there happens to be a third one, we might be in trouble. Okay, let's see. Georgia, she's Elizabeth says she's in Georgia. Cloud late doctor's appointment. No worries, girl. We got you covered. And just remember, if you happen to come onto YouTube, even if I'm live, you can go backwards to forwards to catch up. It's all good. It's all good. Denise says good morning from North Carolina. Lost Cajun says Washington, D.C. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's get up to 5K. I know that they started. They might have stopped and started, but we're here. And no spoilers, please. Thank you, Miss Mary. Oh, and you guys. Oh, Miss Mary sends me heart. Miss Mary will be live, you guys, after today is over with. Miss Mary Shoppins will go live later on today. Miss Mary, I will send Miss Mary a note. I'll pin her in the chat. And after I'm done, I try to get done like 3:34, just FYI, depends on how the day goes. I will send you over to Miss Mary. Miss Mary has a live chat you guys can discuss. Z says, good morning from Minnesota. All right, everybody, we're going to get started. And who knows which shenanigans and kangaroo court and bananas we're going to have today. All right, here we go.
Court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Well, I guess as we always seem to start every morning, if I could see everybody over at the sidebar, please.
All right, you guys know what that means. Sidebar means let's hit that like button, everybody. I know we have a little Zoom room, but let's get up to 5,000 likes before we even begin this day. As you may know, if you're new to TikTok, the like button is your heart, or you can just get your phone if you're on your phone, and you just tappity tap on your phone. Listen, I was new to TikTok. I didn't know that. Sending hearts and taps just gets the likes out and just lets everybody know, hey, that I exist. And then also my gifts are open as well. Yesterday, TikTok tried to ding me, so I had to change it up a little bit. So it's helped me reach my goal. I'll be more specific as to what my goal is. As you guys know, notebook, I write a lot of notes, so anything that you guys offer helps with the replenish the notebook fund, as well as I need to figure out, I need to get some new headphones, but that's in and of itself. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yesterday, you guys, was very nice. I had a little chatty chat with you guys, and do not worry. So what's going to happen for the chatty chats? If tomorrow, after they do all the closing arguments and the charging documents, we will have a chat. I'll open up to chat so everybody can talk, and we will, what I call, cuss and discuss, although we're not really cussing, we're just discussing. So we'll open that up again tomorrow. You love your over-the-ear Bose headphones. Yeah, so I have these guys, but you guys, they're not Bose. I got these cheapy ones off of Amazon, and they're like, I don't know if you could see. I like them. I like the way they fit, but they're not charging very well, and so when we had these long days, I can't hear it. So, anyways. So yes. All right. We have a little Zoom room. Let's see. Let's see what shenanigans are about today. I mean, yesterday there's a guy on TikTok. Oh, let's see. Is Rosemary Scapichu? Is Rosemary in the courtroom today? Hold on. We got to look and see. I don't see her. She's got to prepare for her thing tomorrow. This guy. Oh my gosh, the guy with the beard is hilarious. I like how all of the people in the gallery are just, all the news people are just standing there like this.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
All right, we're here for the
Good
hear
morning, Your
yees.
Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the questions again, make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions, then go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today. And then we'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right. So first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial jury? Next question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention?
Say no.
Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness. Okay. And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave an estimate of the symbol of the schedule.
No speculation.
Just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right. And then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there. And then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay. And so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
All right, court's in session. You know, I got my gavel. Court's in session. You guys, I failed to mention this to you. Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard this, but Patrick Clancy's attorney has gone on to CNN and has, well, all the news outlets and has made some announcements that if you are disparaging him and defaming him in any way, that guess what? It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a celebrity or you're just some little TikTok creator, they're coming for you. We'll put a 1 in the chat if you guys know about this. And then at lunchtime or if we have a long break or whatever, I thought I'd read it to you. I thought that was very interesting. So I've told you this many, many, many times. Be careful what you say because it might come back to you. So we'll see. And hey, listen, if you guys, if he has a defamation lawsuit against somebody and it's televised, your girl bring it to you. We also, if there's any lawsuits out there, I'll bring it to you as well. If there's any motions about lawsuits, I'll let you know. Can they actually do that? Absolutely. If there is somebody out there who is, you as a civil person can go after somebody. It's like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case all over again. Although that's a little bit different. That was talking about domestic violence and they were kind of celebrities. So that's a little different. But let's just say, what if Patrick Clancy goes after Lisa Rinna, right? Isn't that newsworthy? You never know. All right, everybody, we're going to begin. So it might be freedom of speech. It might be your First Amendment. But if you are saying things that cause him harm and cause him financial peril, you shall be sued. Yep, libel and slander. You guys are so smart.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Attorney Sprague.
Your Honor. Do you need a moment?
I do.
He needs a moment to settle in, you guys. He looks like he's laid back. He's got his thing out. He looks like he's on the couch ready to, give a podcast. But I bet you he got a talking to.
So, doctor, could you tell us what is traumatic, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually a recognized, more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult, but important to say that there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too.
All right, hold on. Just answer the question. All right. Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please. Okay.
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Sorry, I have to object.
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision. Yes. Decisions.
And the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did, as a part of this evaluation. The evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, "I don't remember, I don't recall," that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had, carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, "I don't remember."
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, "How are you feeling, or what's your mood?" And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified."
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
No, she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention if you review those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, "You have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids." It also said, "The kids will suffer without you." And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself."
So I'm going to move to strike this, not respond.
No, overruled. Oh,
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that, when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience, to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When when he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future oriented.
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
one of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, like to work hard, like to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die, and if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is again best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
I'm sorry.
Lucas at the PowerPoint.
Oh, for identification, okay.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
before
That
Reddington
may
gets
be
up,
done.
you guys see exactly what his opinion was. He did say she had a mental disease and defect as of the
Attorney
day,
Reddington?
but that she knew what she was doing. Throughout the day, she planned it and executed it. All right, let's see how Reddington's going to go and see whether or not he's going to clean this up. How is he going to recover? And just remember, we still have one more witness for the Commonwealth to come and say the same things. So, oh boy.
Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy of the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is,
Yes or no?
no.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to
No,
say.
not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
No.
Now, is Dr. Helbrin aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrin aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia that
Hang on, you guys. He's third personing him. Do you hear him? Does Dr. Helburn understand? He's third personing him. I don't know why he's doing that. That's very interesting.
it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when they asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah,
It's 1 year.
yeah,
January 24, you add a year up to January 25, that's 2 years, right?
yes.
January 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained, but and again, normally this isn't an issue. Who cares? But how much money did you make on this case? As they want to ask my doctor, how much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished, but I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Doctor? Simple.
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your best estimate, Doctor?
Well, let's see. Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more, right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes,
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail, video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes,
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
yes,
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
yes,
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
yes,
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct? As you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital,
When was that, please?
that was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness. And so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5. Okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Mess, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know
All
him,
right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making
Okay.
threats, that sort of thing. And they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And
Okay.
I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes,
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put on your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
yes,
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
yes,
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
yes,
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes,
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
yes,
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's
Well, for
just so-
example-
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, patients
Okay.
against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
Can I ask
that's
you that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center. Of
Yes, that's
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill and Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had a
right.
chance, sir, to give a total of, 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes,
that
that's
right?
right. Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. What is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years. Yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision-making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, I mean, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, juvenile, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescents. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir. You wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision-making is an article that you had, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
a number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Life
Yes.
sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of,
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, you wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is, 25 words or less, what is that basically telling people? How to, what, withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then, again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad before, well, you were in college apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
okay,
his
so
research assistant at that time when
Yeah.
I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you? Back then.
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written. DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does I mean yes? Thank you. So you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs as part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind,
I know.
yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or
Yeah.
FaceTime or something.
Exactly.
You ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No,
No? Did you stay in a private house?
no.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Tewksbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Avram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number 1, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number 2, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number 3, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Avram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Avram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired or wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was,
Objection, if you could answer.
no, he's not going to, he's going
No,
to use my.
hold on, hold on. Would you ask the specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
My question, sir, was at any time, did you or Avram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law. She killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny.
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship of hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation. And a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know
again.
Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the two older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. It's the facts we're dealing with, yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you know that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things, shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. You know, did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in
Just mention
22?
it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr.
What
Reddington.
was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
We can finish.
Okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here
Well,
between,
listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
okay,
Did you testify, you done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
yes, I'm done
Okay,
saying that.
all right, that's good. Next question.
one of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes,
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what the.
Okay, well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October or thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her
Well,
depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How is she doing?
she was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the
Okay, wait,
drugs that were
wait,
prescribed.
no,
Okay, let him
no.
finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report that you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're
Yep.
talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this starting in mid-October about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes,
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voice? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question,
treated.
sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head. Would you ask me? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status
Okay.
question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What
on
question?
a number of occasions,
Sir,
if I
what
might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What
Finish.
questions?
Finish that question and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask? What are the dark thoughts? Is that-
If somebody said I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December,
Mhm.
she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes,
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
that's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband.
Tell
about
you
it.
that she said that to him?
Yes,
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
a couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children. And Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it. You'll be okay.
Objection.
No, overruled.
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like? Do you have a plan? Things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
If the
yes.
person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, then you just basically move on, give them more drugs. What do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it? How serious is it? Are there means? How is there a plan? What sort of detail is involved, and so on. And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very
Yes.
cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
it looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know the postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long. And so, no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LASCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. They're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but
Okay.
there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of
I
that
didn't ask you
program.
about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes. That's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. Is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist, advertising that they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues, is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk? Oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely. So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on a Zoom, you're on whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
Their failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Honestly?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I
tell me
wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island,
Yes,
telling this jury, right?
yes.
And what was the word, the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
You rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury? They wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Miss Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties.
Would it
And so
surprise-
she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might,
Yeah, you might.
if she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated.
The
Do you recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so I
Good.
can read it back
Can
to
you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second. I know we're in the middle of it. TikTok is going to ding me here in a few seconds because we're just sitting and listening, which is okay. So if you're just joining me, hello and welcome. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. I apologize to pause at this moment. If you are on TikTok, unfortunately, I can't bring you the coverage live. It is a copyright infringement to take a YouTube video and put it on TikTok. You will get dinged. So if you want to join me, I am live over on another station, YT. If you know, you know, wink, wink, wink. Same channel name, Legalese123. You can watch. There's a little chat over there, but some people watch over there on your big TV or sometimes on your phone or whatever. And then you also chat in TikTok. Thank you, everybody who's given gifts so far. Meg and Betsy and Cookie. And I can't say your name because it's so long. Angel, Miss Rivera, Peachy, everybody, thank you so much for the gifts. You guys are contributing to my replenishing of my notebooks, etc., etc., etc. I just want to say I see you, everybody. I see you in the chat. I'm trying to talk and interact with you while writing copious notes. So thank you so much for coming in. And do you math debate your pool C? I don't know what you mean by that. Anyways, so we will get to questions and stuff if we have a sidebar and or lunch. So thank you, everybody. We are behind, so please no spoilers. We'll catch up. We always do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just came on to say thank you. And also, please hit that like button. We did make it to 50K, but you know, we have to push the envelope. You guys aren't just a regular chat. There are 533 of you in here. If you each just all go, let's do some quick math. If you tap 100 times, there are 500 in you in here. That'll get us up to 5,000 more. We do the quick math in here. All right, everybody. Here we go.
Exhibit 220.
Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and infants hospital record.
I'm on page 18 of my report. And
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that the,
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the
Why don't you just
depression
read it?
because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I gotta get the records?
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So, why don't we take the morning recess at this time, and we'll come back shortly. Okay.
All
All right, they took a break. I just paused for just a hot second. Hello and welcome, everybody. Yep, he can't just say, he has to say specifically what was in the records. Welcome, everybody. There are 515 of you in here. If you don't know who I am, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 20. As we're going along today, as you know, Dr. Helburn is on the stand. He has to watch his P's and Q's today because if he doesn't, he might be yeeted. Reddington's tussling with him as he does the other experts. It is a game, it's a dance. I find it enjoyable. Who's winning? I don't know. We'll find out in the end. There are moments that he hits some high points, and there are moments that it's just dull. Same with the prosecutors. If you want to watch this with me live, you can join me on my YouTube channel, same channel name, Legalese123. There is a lovely chat over there as well. Some people do both. They watch on the television, and some people are on TikTok at the same time. Thank you, everybody who has given some gifts and contributed to my gift funding. I appreciate anything and everything that you contribute. If you do not want to contribute, that's perfectly fine. There's V with the heart and the hands. That is her signature. You guys can just hit the like button. If you don't know how to hit the like button, if you're on your phone, you just get your phone and you tap, 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 tap. I know it's a little bit hard, but if you just tap, that's great. We're trying to get up to 75K. Why? The more you tap, the more the gifts, the more everything sends out to the FYP page and lets everybody know that I exist. So, law lovies, buckle up because that's what I call you. I do this all the time. This is not my only case that I am covering. After the Lindsay Clancy case, we are going to move on to other cases. Some might just be pre-trial hearings and things that are happening before a case makes it to trial. Some might be the actual hearings, etc. I am going to be live every day, Monday through Friday, approximately 9 a.m. Central Time. So make sure to like and follow and subscribe in all of the areas. I also have a Facebook page as well. Same channel name, Legalese123. If you pop over there, you will see I post motions, pictures, evidence, all of the things from the trials, etc. On there currently right now is currently pinned post, which is Lindsay Clancy's civil trial. If you would like to go look at that and read that, it is pinned there as well. So those are just some side notes that we're going to do. What's going to happen today? Today, Reddington, once he's finished with this witness and the prosecution finishes with him, there is another witness that's coming, Dr. Sathoff. I told somebody in the chat, watch out. Yes, we'll do a poll in the end. Watch out because this guy is an FBI specialist. That's right, you guys. They are bringing in the big guns for their last witness. So buckle up because it's going to be very interesting as to what he says. And I believe it is another one, forensic psychologist or psychiatrist, but he's with the FBI. Does that lend more credibility? Okay, usually they're on a break. They're on a break. It's their morning break. We are caught up in real time right now. So please, you guys, I just need to say one thing. If you guys are watching and we are behind, please don't put spoilers in the chat. Don't put that they're on a break or don't put things in there because it spoils it for me. And I'm trying to read the chat and I'm trying to do real time from where I'm at. So please don't put spoilers in. We will always catch up, whatever. All right, let's go to some of your questions. Questions. Yeah, simply put it over medicated. Just answer the question, right? We've had that. There's something with these forensic psychiatrists, psychologists, whatever. They like to talk a lot, but they do not like to just directly answer questions. They like to go a roundabout way to answer them, and that's what happens. If you were over on YouTube, down below, or if you're watching on your television, you got to take your remote control and go hit the like button. Everybody who's on here, every stream, if you hit the like button, it would be very, very much appreciated. Also, if you are new to YouTube, please make sure to like and subscribe and turn your notifications on. That way you'll know when I'm coming up. This is not the last witness for the Commonwealth today. As I just told you, Dr. Sathoff from the FBI will be up next. Then later on today, buckle up because there's going to be some legalese going on. They're supposed to have what's called a charging conference. They had this last week. Today, they're supposed to figure everything out because tomorrow is supposed to be closing arguments. And then what is the law that the judge is going to tell the jurors in order for them to make their decision? All right, everybody. Thank you for joining. Yep, hit that like. You guys are doing great. Also, I know. If everybody in the chat right now, if you hit hashtag FYP, I'm doing it first. Hit FYP. I don't know if it goes out to the For You page, but let's do it. Spam the chat with FYP. Only on TikTok, of course. It doesn't work over here on YouTube. Arzabeth Pickering. That is a really interesting name. And Cloudy, who is on your child's YT count. Now you know what your child is watching, right? I just wanted to bring that up. I saw that earlier and I thought that was very interesting. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. I appreciate it so much. Who is the next witness, please? It is Dr. Safoff. Don't come for me. It's Saathof something another, something like that. We'll see. He'll be coming up later. He is a forensic psychologist with the FBI. All right, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? I'm going up to go. If they don't take 6 hours to answer a question, we might be finished with this witness, right? I think it's because it's not direct answers, things vary case to case. Reddit often asks open-ended questions. He does ask for them to elaborate and then gets mad when they do. Doesn't the DA see that it may hurt them, the witness not giving a clear answer? You can't control your witnesses, right? You can't control what they say. We learned that yesterday. Sometimes this is confusing because the facts are facts. Reporting on the discharge report isn't opinion. This, you guys, I told you yesterday, this is a roller coaster because you'll get to a fact and then it's opinion, it's fact, it's opinion, and you don't know where to go. It was a secondary doctor, not primary reason for not allowance to the program. Is FBI for the prosecution or the defense? Rosie, we're still in the prosecution's rebuttal case. The defense is over. The defense rested. There will be no other witnesses for the defense. This is the rebuttal case for the prosecution. Yes, word salad got me. Are we checking for the ums again? Absolutely. Miss Moonbeam says, moving forward, if you hear any ums and uhs, we must tap. Thank you. Thank you for everybody who has followed me. I appreciate it. What happened in this morning with Reddington and his cross? Lee, we're still right in the thick of it. So you're just happening. But I do have a couple of things that I need you to say. I do have a couple of questions that I did talk about. When Dr. Halbrin is still on the stand, Reddington is crossing him. He made some very, very good points that did Lindsay plan this? And that's what the prosecution said. Lindsay planned this, right? That's what and he is going off. And I know it's morbid, you guys. I know it's morbid, but you have to think about this. What did she say to the children? How did she control the children? How did she know which child to do first? And you guys clocked it. Why was Dawson separated from the other kids? Right? Did she take them all downstairs? Now, we don't know the answers to these questions. Did she take them all downstairs? We know Dawson was first. Did she take Dawson in the other room and do him? And then that way, Cora didn't know. And then she did Cora. And then because Cora's older than the baby didn't know anything, right? And the reason why I bring this up, I know it's morbid, I know it's gross, but this is very important because it's talking about her mental ability. Did she have the wherewithal to know what she was doing? Did she plan this out? Did she plan methodically which kid, what time, who was doing what? What did she say to another kid? Like, oh, hey, Cora, you play over here with Callan while I go take care of Dawson. I know, but he brought it up. And then he said, she didn't remember where, she didn't remember wearing her watch, what wrist she was wearing her watch on. Don't you think that's very interesting? Usually, typically, those who are dominant right hand usually do it on their opposite hand. The other thing too is Patrick called her in the middle of this or after she was done, whatever this, we don't know for sure, but Patrick called her and then we know she went up the flights of stairs. Was she rational, insane when that call was picked up? And these are the things that he brought up to state that she was in her right mind when she did this. Now, they're talking a lot about the care for the kids and whether or not, I have to tell you, as a mother, for me, I did not want anybody watching my kids because I was the best person to watch them. I was afraid that if something was going to happen to them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I would be the best person. But there were times that she relinquished control, right? She took the kids to the Kingston gym and relinquished control to have them watch them, so she worked out. The nanny came to watch Callan. She takes him to preschool. So I have an issue with that. And then they talk about control, whether and when and how she carried control. This is exactly what he said. Control, whether and when and how she carried out the unalivings of her children. I thought those were very, very good statements that he made in reference to saying whether or not, she did or didn't do what she did. All right, everybody, we are only at 68K. Everybody, let's pause for a second and hit that like button. Let's get up to 75 before they return. She controlled who and when. If she was gone, she would not control this. Yep. Anyone know how long they're on break for right now? We don't know. Usually take 10, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. We don't know. They'll come back when they come back. But didn't Pat testify that they didn't go out for their anniversary? Billy Blaze, they're talking about two different time frames. So when this doctor was talking about their anniversary, he said it was 5 years after the fact. I did a little quick math. Lindsay and Pat were married in 2016. You add 5 to that, that's 2021. Their anniversary they didn't go to was just before the unaliving of the children, which was 2022. So 2 different years. 5 years was 2021. 6 years was 2022. I hope I cleared that up for you. Because you know why? Because your girl writes notes, and I'll be sharing my notes with you and timeline when we go through Verdict Watch. Her parents watched them, and didn't mother-in-law go to lunch with Cora? Yes. Didn't she go out with her friends one time and like the mom was watching them? You've cried for almost 800 days straight from when your daughter was being unalived, and Elle has rarely cried in court. Well, Veritas, I'm very sorry for the loss of your child. That's terrible. And I'm very, very sorry. But Lindsay Clancy, unfortunately, she has to control herself in court. She cannot continue to carry on. She cannot try to emote anything. She has to stand there like a statue. Why? Because that's the rules of the court. She needs to compose herself. When she didn't compose herself and cried, they yeeted her out of the courtroom. So you as a defendant have to be stone cold. Anything that you do or say, your movements or whatever, are completely being judged by the jury. Now you need more information on the blood test from McLean and Women's and Infants. I don't know if I have that. I'll have to go back and look and see. Wonder how much long Reddington has when they come back. I hope he wraps it up, because I'm sorry, you guys. He goes forwards and makes some points, and then he goes backwards, and then he goes forwards. So I'm having trouble following him. I know the jury is too. Did they ever try to work through her anxiety, like where it comes from, talk about it rationally? Well, Mari, she was supposed to be with therapists. There was a person named McAllister with whom she was when she was with Tufts, but we didn't hear from her. So I don't know if that was a non-issue or what. Then she was talking to Letitia Dukes when she was with Gelada. But also Tufts says that she offered psychotherapy, but apparently she didn't offer any to Lindsay. We also, on the caveat of that, was Lindsay honest with her providers? And as he's going through with Patrick, she mentioned XYZ to Patrick. She mentioned XYZ to the mother. She never mentioned any of that to the doctors about harming herself or harming the children. That plays a big thing, because she didn't want to, because she was afraid if she did, that her kids would be taken away, or that perhaps control would be taken away from her. But didn't Pat testify that they didn't go out for their anniversary? We already talked about that. Did she just not want his or her parents doing it? I'd trust grandma and grandpa more than a random person. Right, but as you heard from the mother-in-law and the father-in-law, they apparently didn't take care of the kids. They said, well, she said that she would take Cora out, but the babies, the Dawson and the baby were too young for them. And we know how, okay, we're going to talk about that. All right, let's see if there's any YouTube people. Hello. Having withdrawals from from jury duty. Cassidy, hello. They are on break this morning. Quick overview. I think I did it, Cassidy, but put a note in here if you need more. Laura says, yes, this guy brought good information. Reddington is being a bully. No cool, in your opinion. Laura, I don't consider Reddington to be a bully. I consider Reddington doing his job, right? Advocating for his client in every way, shape, and form. He's trying to discredit this witness because that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to basically dumb him down, right? You guys saw him yesterday and how scholarly he was and how great he was. So Reddington's trying to knock him down several pegs, and this is the game. I like it. I find it an amazing theatrical game. I'm here for it. And the prosecutors are doing a great job as well, both of them. And as you guys heard, remember Reddington said, who's trying to persecute her? I'm paraphrasing, these two, and he pointed to the prosecutors. You guys remember that? Remember that? Obviously, we know that this forensic psychiatrist is on the stand. He's getting paid. They're all getting paid. Every one of these witnesses is getting paid to testify. Even the police, all the police, the firefighters, the CSI people, everyone's getting paid to come up here and talk. They're getting paid more than the jury is. Just FYI. Who's next? After this is the FBI forensic psychologist, Dr. Safoff. Can I spell the name slowly? Pink Pillow, you're talking about Dr. Safoff. I'm not 100% sure what his spelling is. It's S-A-A something. I'll give you the correct spelling in just a second. Oh, hold on. Hang on. One moment. All right. Dr. Gregory Safoff is next. His name is S-A-A-T-H-O-F-F. I'll put it in both chats just so you know. He is a forensic psychiatrist who is a consultant to the FBI. I'm just calling him FBI dude. I don't know. Just be prepared, you guys, for a rehash, okay? Why? Because each one of these psychiatrists have done the same thing over and over again. Just be prepared. Hopefully it goes smoothly and we get through it. True, but shouldn't he get to the point of the psychosis or not? Laura, what he's trying to do, and it's a dance, what Washington's trying to do is he's trying to dance around this guy's analysis, right? Because it's very damaging for his client, right? So he's going forwards, he's going backwards, he kind of touches on a little bit, he touches a little bit, and then he dances around a little bit. You guys know that Reddington does a boom, 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 boom when he's getting ready to go. I call it the fireworks. So when you guys know that Reddington's going to wrap it up, he rapid fires questions and then ties it up in a little bow. Hopefully he'll do that again, and hopefully that will be all over. This guy interviewed her 2 years ago. Absolutely. Prosecution brought up religion, then whined when defense responded. Kind of. He wants to talk about the doctor's pay. Let's talk about Reddington's pay. Just saying, Amy, absolutely. Absolutely. We know that, you guys, Reddington's getting paid far more, right? This guy is just reviewing reports and he's coming to testify. Reddington has to prepare for a trial. He's been preparing for this for 3 years. 3 years. And you guys, it is a lot. He has to go through all of the records. He has to go and look at all of what each one of these witnesses has done in the past to discredit them. He has to look through all of their CVs, records. What did they testify to? What they didn't testify to, etc. And he says he's a one-man show, but you guys, he's not. He's got admins, he's got paralegals, he's probably got interns. Think about it. If you're a law student and you want to get firsthand knowledge of how to run things, you go and do an internship at these law firms. So he's got a staff of people. I don't know how many, but you know, he's got it. He's got help. But I do admit that he probably is running a lot of the stuff himself. They should have third-party witnesses unrelated to defense. Okay. It's a lot. And you guys, in the medical malpractice, it is going to be even more. So Lindsay Clancy has 3 lawyers. We'll go over all of that during our verdict watch time. Breaks seriousness and conversation and connects them to the common issues like pay. Yeah. So it's a roller coaster dance, right? It's like, oh, it's a high. Then he brings it down. Then he'll bring it back up. And you guys also listen for the inflection in his voice. The prosecutors are very flat. They don't really go up and down. Reddington, as you can see, he'll go up and down with his tone. First, he's like very soft, and you're like, I can't hear him. And then he's very combative and he's very loud. So you guys, that's also a psychological thing as well. This is a psychological dance, if you haven't noticed. If Patrick did it, then Reddington is a bad attorney. Okay. Who's paying Reddington? The parents are. There's a GoFundMe for her, and that's how they're paying for this. Didn't the prosecution have to get permission from the court to interview her, though? Absolutely. Well, they didn't have to get... So the prosecution didn't have to get permission. They have to go through the Tewksbury Hospital and the prison system to get access to her. It's just like if you go visit a prison in jail, you have to, get permission first. So they have to go do that. But here's the crux of it, you guys. It's not a big deal. Reddington's making a big deal. It's not a big deal that they interviewed her just this year. Why? Because, and I think that the defense in their case in chief may not have stated what they were going for until the last hour. So from what I understand, they made a late disclosure, which is okay, that in late 2025, that they were going to go for an insanity defense. So then the prosecution is scrambling, trying to get rebuttal witnesses to counteract what Reddington's going to put on. So that is what the delay was. It's not a big deal. They do it all the time. Reddington's making a big deal because the jury may not know that. But you, because you follow me, I just gave you the tea. After this, I don't think we'll be using Park Dietz for experts. Actually, they will. Why? Because it's a consulting firm. There are many, many different kinds of consulting firms. And this Park Dietz has all of these resume for all these people. So it's like a one-stop shop. So yes, in the Commonwealth, they use these people all the time. If you know, in the Karen Reed case, there's been lots of stuff about the Commonwealth is a government entity. And so they contract with these other agencies to elicit these people. So the Commonwealth is going to rehire them. It's a nothing. Will they hire Mac again? Probably not. But, who's to say? You want him to be aggressive and a bully. If he is my lawyer, I want him to fight for me. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's doing his job. Thanks for following me, everybody. Oh, we made it to 75K. Yay! If there's a not guilty verdict, will it guarantee a win in the civil case? No, because the civil cases are completely different. The rules of evidence are different. The rules of what you have to prove are completely different. And the witnesses are going to be different. There's going to be some similarities, but there's going to be some different ones. And each one of them are suing for something different. Patrick is suing for wrongful death. Lindsay is suing for medical malpractice.
For the purpose of the record, we've returned return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding
Hi,
the jury.
Dan.
All right, we ready for the jury, counsel? Okay.
Okay, the jury is coming in. We are caught up in real time, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you guys, please, you guys hit the like button. Everybody spam the FYP and hit that like button. We want to get to 100K before they hit lunch. So that is our next goal. And thank you, everybody who has helped reach my goal, my gift goal. Deanne, thank you so much for the heart. Just Nana, hello, girl. Chrissy, thank you so much. Oh boy, goodness, you just gave me one and it says KJ Gideon. Thank you so much. Chrissy, thank you. Miss V, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mama. Everybody. Cam, thank you so much. Do 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 do. I can't. Cece, I can't do video. If you wanna, Cece, TikTok will not allow me to do a video. I'll get dinged. If you want to watch me over on YouTube, same channel name, you can go follow me over there. All right, everybody, we're gonna start. Thank you for joining me. Like and follow, please, please, please. Thank you.
This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was a history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she couldn't feel things emotionally that. So.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you,
I mean,
yes.
that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
Can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who? Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out, you have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, "Of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back." You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window. He spoke with her, is what you told us, jury. Right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm just going to ask, sir, if would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir, can
report.
you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right? From the hospital.
Yes,
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
that's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir,
He's
that
even laughing at
she
himself.
had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said of combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combine 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes,
Right? And a zombie, yet again, right?
yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your
Oh, okay.
testimony. Yes, okay. All
I
right.
misunderstood your
That's
question.
all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes,
It was also counseling. She went to the counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
the counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to
Objection.
go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding
Objection.
help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How is it limited?
It was short-term and supportive as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes,
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All set?
finished. I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from working.
So that's
hard.
not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed.
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just
Oh,
trying to
I'm sorry. I
describe
thought
how
you
she
said-
thinks and
No, let me
feels
finish.
and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right, next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible, that's possible. You were considering these things, right?
Not
That-
marks,
that was on
points.
another issue.
He said
Okay.
points.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbron testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir, to tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you of course ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor and the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah. Good. Next question. Good.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr.
Okay.
Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
Sorry?
Oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you
Objection.
believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids, a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life
That's
to
right.
help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too.
During
Yes.
that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided at the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? You agree with that?
Yes.
You agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money?
You guys, I'm sorry. Okay, for those of you who don't know, okay, hang on. Beach blanket bingo. For those of you who are very young and don't know what beach blanket bingo is, it was back in the 50s with like Gidget and all of the surf guys. And there was actually, I think there was a song that was called Beach Blanket Bingo. And like, like they're doing the twist and stuff like that. That was back in the 50s, the Beach Boys, the big surfing thing, California. So just wanted you guys to know, yeah, Annette Funicello and all of those things. Wasn't there Annette and Frankie? You're right. Isn't there a movie or something called Beach Blanket Bingo? So he's talking about the beach body thing and not the beach blanket bingo. So, Barbie, we're not there yet. We're behind. No spoilers, please. Hold on. We'll get there. We'll get there. I just had to stop because the beach blanket bingo, I had to clear that up.
Doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know
Okay,
that she
so
lost
we
her
have the
money.
exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury that you were struggling over, trying to find manic Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
District Attorney asked you about anxiety that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection, will you approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Council.
All right, I'm not sure why the sidebar. Sidebar, everybody, you know that means tappity tap tap tappity tap tap. I know I'm a little bit behind because I stopped and talked about beach blanket bingo. Oh my goodness, everybody. I don't know what the sidebar, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think I think perhaps maybe if I were to guess, they're trying to get him to say about the hypomania and that she did all these things, and maybe he doesn't want to say that she doesn't want to get into that. I don't know. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome. My name is MissyK. There are 500 of you in here. I bring you law cases, not just Lindsay Clancy, but buckle up because after Lindsay Clancy is over with, we have so many other cases that we're covering. This Thursday, we're going to watch Rosemary Scapicchio in action. One of you said, you really like Reddington? I said, buckle up because Rosemary Scapicchio is fire. And she's a woman, which is great. I like watching fiery women defense attorneys. Then also we have Alan Jackson coming up in the Fraser Bohm case. That will be potentially our next trial. That's not due until September 8th. We might have something in between. It depends on what's going on with some other cases. If you have not watched, you can go back to my YouTube channel, same channel name, Legalese123. I'm live right there if you want to join me over there. Otherwise, on this past Saturday, what day was that? That was the 22nd. If you want to go back and watch, you can kind of see what we're covering next. We're covering a whole bunch of pretrial stuff for Alec Murdaugh. We're covering things with the David case. He's the singer out of California. Fraser Bohm's trial is coming up. That's going to be our next trial. That starts September 8th, but there's some pretrial information prior to that. I'll bring that to you. My goal is to be live every day, approximately 9 a.m. Central Time, unless there's a trial going on, and then we'll talk about what that time frame looks like. Because remember, not all trials are in Massachusetts in the Eastern Time Zone. California is behind us, so we'll have to do some changing and stuff if you want to do that. My channel is not just going to be about watching trials all the time. I know that's exciting, but there are a lot of nuances before things get to a trial. There are motions, there are hearings and stuff. And sometimes it's fun to hear all of the tea before it gets to trial and you know the ins and outs. And then we can sit here and eat our popcorn together and we can say, wow, we heard that earlier. Will that come into trial? And also by the end of all of this, you guys are going to be experts in the law. I will bring you along and explain things as we go along. And probably by the end of this year, you guys can get your certificates of being great law lovies. That's what I call you, law lovies. And so you'll get a certificate at the end of the year for watching me. I'm going to try to do things here on TikTok just like this. TikTok does not allow me to stream any YouTube videos on here. They call it's a copyright. I will get dinged, and we don't want to get dinged. So if you want to join me live or you want to watch YouTube videos with me, you have to go over to YouTube. It's the same channel name, Legalese123. We're live right now on there if you want to join me over there. And if you do go there, please like, subscribe, follow the whole 9 yards. If you're watching me here on TikTok, please like as well and hit that like button. We're at 93K. We want to get to 100 before lunch. We're back at X. We're back at it. Reddington's fired up. Will he finish before lunch? Will the prosecution finish before lunch? I don't know.
So,
It is
District
kangaroo
Attorney
court
asked you a
today.
question yesterday, sir. And it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good. She felt on top of the world. She felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
The answer is yes. Can I ask Mo if the transcript for her, if she can cover it?
I'd like to read it.
Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days,
yes,
let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
it's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is
So
consistent.
the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you were,
answer.
but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You used...
Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac, in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah.
Is that consistent
Okay.
with disassociation?
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay, after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes,
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
there were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a
And-
question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay, well,
Thought broadcasting,
that's what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that. And so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right,
Sure.
hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Halburn's review, all the information in all the hours of time,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay.
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not to get not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay.
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts? Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about?
Yes, I believe that's right. Yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible
Is
explanations.
that, I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, that, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state. at
So the
time.
answer is yes, right?
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what
Okay.
I'm responding to.
Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cut off about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Uh-huh. Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
Right, would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression? Up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different
I'm
organizations
not asking
use.
about outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else. And there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overall.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer an informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
That'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Miss Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children
Yes.
and herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If
That
in
would-
fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for
Let's
example,
not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
and my answer would be it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning, I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something, but in fact, it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? Person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir? If you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay. You agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
All right, you're going
Could
to
be
tell me it's a
postpartum
symptom
or
of
it could
depression
be-
constantly. My
Right.
question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say.
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if
Don't.
letting someone stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression
I
more
don't
broadly.
care what I'm asking you, sir. Are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it. Yes. Of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations. Yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs.
And
Yes. Or fixed false
distorted
beliefs.
reality.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was, yes, she was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right, and
I
then
don't
she
see
took
that
the kids.
mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? AKASTHESIA, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Oh, okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed.
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change, obviously.
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself, semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Lord knows, I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having, and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression. Are those also symptoms for general depression?
There are symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they in effect created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to
I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluation should say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children and how that was, how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection, it's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her. And even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said that there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yes, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
Internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the two of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was in fact over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication is having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada, and nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse. But was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication. And she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December. And then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination, and you said not be responsible, and you said it depends. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of questions.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overall.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then just non-leading questions at that point.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things. Sir, first of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI, to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the sub category.
Beyond the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overall.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it
And
does
that
have an
measures-
L scale.
That measures if a person, to you as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's
Okay,
much
yes is
closer
yes.
to that.
Answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on.
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes,
Okay.
I did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the
No,
things.
not what us researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while. You had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. The sidebar.
No.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, look at Reddington. He's like, no. Well, he's getting into things that the guy doesn't know necessarily about. As I told you again, you guys, it's really a nothing burger, but they keep making it a burger. What happened was the defense made a strategy move. They did not file for insanity until late of 2025. What does that mean? Then the prosecution then needs to get their experts to go after the experts that the defense is going to hire. Then it takes time to go through the court. When can they see Lindsay and stuff? Because remember, she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. It's not like she's out in the real world and they can go up and schedule an interview with her. So it's nothing nefarious on either part, but they're both making it nefarious and they keep bringing it up, making it into something. It's really nothing. And I wish they would just explain to the jury exactly what I just explained to you, but they can't do that because it could prejudice the jury. And it's okay. It's okay, but they're continuing to make what I call a mountain out of a molehill. And it's confusing the jury. Is it even relevant? But each side keeps bringing it up and just like stirring the pot. Stop stirring the pot. Stop stirring the pot. No, she's a prisoner, you guys. She's a prisoner. They keep thinking she's not a prisoner because she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. She is a prisoner. Oh, yep. And they're sleeping in vans down by the river, and it costs them all the money to go to these when they fly. So you guys, they get charged. They charge for flying in, interviewing her, being there for 3 days, the food, the hotel, their transportation, driving their cars, renting cars, etc. And one of you asked, how much does he charge for being in court? They do charge a lot of money for being in court. I wish I had something right off the top of my head that I could tell you in the Karen Reed case, who charged what coming into court, but they definitely do charge more for coming in, plus all their travel expenses. This dude's been on the stand now for 2 days. 2 days now. So Think about all the money he's racking up for him. Right. But they charge more. They charge more for coming in and sitting here and doing the whole 9 yards. So, all right, you guys, I was hoping that they would get through this and be done before lunchtime, and I'm hoping that's where they're getting to. As you guys know, unfortunately or fortunately, we do have one more witness to go through. We have Dr. Safoff, who is an FBI forensic psychiatrist, and you guys will we be doing the same thing over again? Sadly, yes. So I can't tell you what we're going to get into, and it's going to be another again. Jay, it's still the prosecution's rebuttal case. The defense has already rested. That means there are no more witnesses for the defense. Dr. Safoff should be our last witness in this case, and then the jury's going to be going home, and then later on they're supposed to go over they're supposed to go over the charging documents, exactly what they're charging her with, and then what jury instructions they're going to give to the jury. Then tomorrow morning, probably they're going to get right into closing arguments. Then it's going to be the judge talking to them about what they're to consider, and then they will get the case. My best guess is that they probably will get the case just in and around by lunchtime. Then they'll have lunch, and then they'll probably start deliberating. So, buckle up, law lovies, because all day Wednesday, after they do the closing arguments on Wednesday, we will go over a whole bunch of stuff. I have my timeline to go over with you. We will also start talking to each other. We'll change this into a panel discussion, and people will come on here and discuss their thoughts, feelings, comments, and concerns. Then on Thursday, program note on Thursday, we're going to try to see if we can watch the discussion with Rosemary Scapiccio and the Miles King case. That might be live as well, but we'll also be on Verdict Watch at the same time. Missy, how can you do that? We will. So we'll be on Verdict Watch and Rosemary Scapiccio. And let me tell you, I will yeet Rosemary Scapiccio for anything to going on with the verdict. All right, we're back. I don't hear anything just yet. Okay, here we go. Luann, no, I'm not familiar with the Roden Wagner case in Southern Ohio.
Members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point.
Oh, my goodness.
Call off a call, their last witness.
Oh, they're
so
done.
During lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't listen to it. Put it out of your head, and we'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Woohoo!
Court, all right.
Oh, I hear some hot mic moments, but I didn't hear what they said. It's okay. No, there's one more witness. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's see if they put anything on the record before we move on. I will give Alabama Slamma. I'm going to go over all of your questions in here just a minute. We're going to do a small recap because some of you weren't able to join us this morning.
Anything we need to discuss before 2 o'clock?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel? All right. We'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. Whew. All right, everybody, take a deep breath. I know that was a lot. It's a lot, but I got you covered. All right. Breathe in, breathe out. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, everybody. It's going to be okay. And just you guys remember, I know this case is a lot. Just remember, through time and the passing of everything, this case will go. It still doesn't absolve the fact that 3 children are no longer with us. But this case will dissolve, and then another case will take its place. So just know that at this moment, whatever you're feeling, it will go away. Austin, I got you covered. Yeah, we're going to be into next week if we continue this. All right, everybody who is just joining me, hello. There are 815 of you here. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. As you know, we're in day 20. What is going to happen for the rest of today? There is one more witness today, Dr. Safoff. He has testified for the FBI. Is he going to say the same things that the other two forensic psychiatrists already said? The answer is yes. Are we going to be upset about that? Yes. If you're in my chat right now, please, please, please hit that like button. And my gifts are open. Thank you to Amy and Kimberly and Raina and whomever else, Erica and Sumner and Casper and Jillianne, Melinda, T. Wright, Jesse. Thank you for that gift. D1, Vicky, Just Nana, Chrissy. I'm going up to go down. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Tony, if I failed to see forever, thank you. If you failed to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to know what my gift giving is for, I write copious notes. I also just don't sit here. I do research while we're done. Oh, look at that. Yeah. While we're done, I do research and stuff. I have a Facebook page, y'all. Go over, it's Legalese 123. Currently, right now, pinned at the top is Lindsay Clancy's civil case, if you want to read that. I also give you stuff and evidence at the end of this trial. There'll be a whole big thing about where the evidence is. We go over motions and other things. So I don't just sit here and just talk to you. I do a lot of research and stuff behind the scenes. When you have questions, I try to answer them. Let's do a small recap for those of you who missed. This morning, Dr. Halburn took the stand. It was cross-examination for Reddington. You guys already know he went over the same thing that he did with Dr. Mack. Talked about a CV, talked about the van down by the river. Where did you stay? Did you see Dr. Mack? Did you not see Dr. Mack? What he was doing was he was tap dancing sort of around what, the prosecution finished with him this morning. And at the end, he basically said that Lindsay Clancy knew what she was doing at the time of the unalivings. And I know this is gross and we're recapping, but think about how was she going to unalive them? What method was she going to use? How did she know to use the exercise bands? This was her mental clarity. This was her thinking. What child went first? What did she have to say with each child in order to sort of separate them? So we know Dawson was in the base. Why did she choose the basement? That's what he said. Why did she choose the basement? Why did he separate the kids? That's my thought process. Why was Dawson over here and Cora and the baby were over here? Did she do Dawson first because he was, going to be less easiest to manage when she did Cora and the baby? I know it's gross. I'm sorry, but these are the things that he brought up that are considered. Did she have the mental clarity to do this? Was she criminally responsible? He said yes, that she was not in psychosis when she did this. And one of the other things that was most also damning, in my opinion, was the phone call that she got from Patrick. That she had the clarity and the wherewithal to answer that phone call. And that he said if she was in psychosis and that this voice that was telling her to do these things, it wouldn't be in that manner. And that she couldn't recall it later on. She has recalled it verbatim. Plus, also, they brought up the fact that she may have said it differently and 2 different times. So her statement hasn't been. He goes back and forward. Sometimes he says they're inconsistent, so therefore she's fabricating it. And then sometimes he's like, well, inconsistencies means that she was in psychosis. So it was backwards and forwards. And then, as you know, Reddington got up and hit him with his CV, hit him with, you really haven't dealt a lot with postpartum psychosis and knocking holes into his thing. Reddington had a whole bunch of funny moments, as you guys know, talked to him about, he said, obviously, at one point in time, which you guys, just FYI, as a lawyer, you're not supposed to make comments. You're not supposed to make comments. You're not supposed to disparage the witness that's on the stand. I can't believe that this judge is allowing this to happen. It's very inappropriate. It's very unprofessional, but Reddington keeps getting away with it. And I'm surprised that this judge has not admonished him for his behavior. You have to keep it professional. There are so many Reddington comments that he has made that it isn't nice and isn't helpful to this thing. One of the questions was, did she randomly do it? That was what Reddington asked her. Did she randomly do this? Reddington also went over to Lindsay Clancy, put his hands on her during the questioning of this doctor and asked specific questions about, do you think that she really did this? And really trying to inflame the jury into being like, look at this innocent lady. Did she really do this? So that is what's going on. All right, everybody, we are going to get into questions. Thank you for joining me. And wait, you think you had like a squirrel moment? What did you miss? What are we going to be into next week? All right, for those of you joining me, if you have not joined my YouTube page, if you want to watch this with me, you want to watch live with me, we are also live on YouTube. Some people, same channel name, Legalese123. If you go over to my YouTube, please make sure to like and subscribe, etc. If you guys, oh my goodness, all these naughty things. Okay. I just did a recap, so I hope you guys got that. If not, you guys can go onto my YouTube page and you could go forwards to backwards to watch me do a recap. My YouTube page is the same channel name that I am on right now, Legalese123. Same with my Facebook page. Make sure to go like and subscribe. After this case is over, I will post where you can find all the evidence that has come into this case, all the pictures, all of the toxicology reports, Ian Whiffin's testimony, etc. And I will also post my timeline. So I'll post all of that for you so you guys can see. When it comes time for verdict watch, we will go over all of these things. We'll talk about this case, forwards and backwards, etc. And just remember, be nice to each other. There are a lot of people who are on both sides of this case, and it's okay. Program note, moving forward. Like I said, on Thursday, we're going to cover Rosemary Scapiccio's hearing of the barbecue of Adam Lawley. If you know, you know. But we'll also be on verdict watch. I will have two things happening simultaneously at the same time. So do not worry. If we have a question from the jury, if by chance the jury comes back, we will yeet Rosemary and we will come and do verdict watch. That is on Thursday. If by chance this continues to Friday, we'll continue to our verdict watch will be live all day long until the jury goes home, and then we'll figure out what's going on. And then I'll continue to tell you about what we're going to cover next. What I'm hoping to do is to bring you a live show on TikTok and on YouTube every day, starting at 9 a.m. Central Time. We're going to talk about other cases that are happening. They're in what's called the pre-trial stage. So we're going to go over what that means, go through all of that stuff, all the legalese, all the legal documents, the motions. What are they fighting over? And then our next trial should be Frazier Bohm in California. It's not going to be as long as this, and it's a different situation. So we will bring that all over you. Jessica, the next case is a barbecue. What? Yep. Jessica, on Thursday, we're going to bring you the Rosemary Scapiccio barbecue of Assistant District Attorney Adam Lawley. This is in Massachusetts. This is on the heels of the Karen Reed case. It is the Miles King case. Miles King is a thug who Rosemary Scapiccio, who is Lindsay Clancy's civil attorney. So you're going to get to see Rosemary Scapiccio in action. She is defending Miles King, who is the thug, and he might, it's called the bad guy effect. He might get off because of the shenanigans in Massachusetts. I've gone over a little bit. If you want further more before, yeah, I did just say thug. I sure did. Miles King was out on bond. He was in jail. She got him out on bond on a technicality because they didn't turn over discovery in his case. He's out free and he's modifying pew-pews. So the feds picked him up. So he's in federal custody right now while Rosemary Scapiccio is out there fighting for him, trying to get him off on an M charge. So yeah, it's bogus. Where's my bow? Oh, I got it's a tiny bow today. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's black. It's black. It's very tiny. It's a tiny one. How much do I think that these two men have been for the prosecution? I'm not sure what you mean by that. All right, let's answer some questions. Enough about me rambling on. So make sure to like, subscribe, follow, turn your notifications on. I will try to in TikTok. I don't know if you guys see, I put a story out every night as to when I'm coming on the next day. I don't know if you see that or not. So, we'll go over all of that. All right, everybody, I'm going up to go down, which means I'm going all the way up to see if I can answer your questions. All right. Okay. I don't know where we are. So see forever, they all know each other. Yes, Dr. Resnick is an expert in his field. Do these experts go and read other expert stuff and collaborate with other experts? Do they read their stuff and then they write another paper? Yes, this is the way it goes. So yes, they do know each other. And that's okay. And they're supposed to. You're supposed to know if you're an expert in your field, who are the experts in their field. And it is important for you to know the who's who and the what in their field. How much do I think that, okay, you already asked that question and I don't know what you mean by that one. All right, I went up to go down and then you all just knocked me back down. Didn't the Commonwealth get mad at Reddington, accuse him of having repetitive testimony, and now they're doing it? Yes, they both do. She did it, but was insane. Okay. Is it over for today? No, they're at lunch. She sounded distracted, not incoherent. Reddington is discrediting himself with the jury. He makes rude comments when he's losing. Jury sees that. It's a little bit of both. You guys have to remember that the jurors are just sitting there and they're just like, okay, is this over? Just like you guys are. And they have nothing else to do. So when Reddington makes a joke or Reddington does something, they could be laughing with him. We just don't know. And it also changes the tension in the room, right? Changes the dynamic in the room. But it's inappropriate with his little comments. Did Patrick call her on the phone when he got home to find out where she was? Yes. It's in my timeline. We'll go over my timeline. That's why she wore a cute little headband today, to appear more innocent. Well, Olivia, to be honest with you, who knew if Reddington was going to go over there? But she is wearing a cute headband. Why did they go to sidebar? Well, because they were getting into things that they weren't sure whether or not this person can answer. I already summarized. I hope we got the summarization. I hope everybody got that. He was very good for the prosecution. You're now on the fence. It's back on at 2 p.m. Yes, they're going to come back from lunch around approximately 2 p.m.-ish. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Why is the judge allowing Red's commentary? Even though I like Red, it shouldn't be allowed. Exactly. He should have been admonished for his behavior. Well, these people on the stand do not want to give a straightforward answer, no. So you guys have to think about this. First of all, they're psychiatrists. They get paid to sit and listen and talk, and they like to hear themselves talk. They are the expert of the experty things. And so they find it hard to answer yes or no questions, even though Reddington wants a yes or no. And it would be much easier if they would just stop fighting and do that. Kimberly says, Missy, it's a pleasure to be around. She, meaning me, is so upbeat and positive. Thank you. Are the jurors able to ask why Patrick was never investigated? No. The jurors can only ask a question once they are out deliberating if it has to do something with the evidence. And if they have a question, all the lawyers and the judge get together. They answer the question in open court. So if we have that, we'll bring it to you live because we'll be on verdict watch together. But we'll talk about that later. All right, everybody, please be kind. Keep it classy. If not, you'll be yeeted because my mods are on the case today. They're doing really, really good. Right. Liz says, keep it cute or catch your mute. All right. Do you think Lindsay will be found guilty? Barbie, I will give you my assessment when all of the evidence is in and after the judge's instructions. I need to know what they argued this before. What are they charging her with? What exactly is it that they're charging her with and what that language is? And then I'll give you my opinion. I need to know the facts of this case. Let's see. However, could you please clarify why he seemed to hesitate during the final question? Because he can't answer yes or no questions, so he always hesitates. I hope that. What was the reason for the sidebar at the end? Sorry. I'm assuming it was whether or not, so they were talking about the transcript. So you guys, I got a transcript yesterday from his testimony. Did you know that? And that's what Reddington was reading. They don't do that very often. So Reddington was going back forward to impeach him on what he said yesterday. And they wanted to make sure they were doing it correctly because they did not want to have another kerfuffle like they had yesterday when it came to all of the legal shenanigans. Kimberly says, thank you for all you do. Thank you, Kimberly, for watching. I appreciate you. All right, everybody who's in here, there are 670 of you in here. Everybody, we're going to take a moment and we are going to tappity tap, tap, tap. And thank you so much for Maya for sending the gift and fostering and Jilly and Cam and Megan. Thank you so much for the lovely gifts. I appreciate anything you guys offer. Let's see, where are we? Where would I like to be? We're at 133. All right, you guys. You guys are the best chat ever. I have been in other chats before, and you guys are amazing. You guys are very nice and polite to each other. Every once in a while, everybody gets heated, but I know that you guys are very passionate about your feelings about this, and you also have other thoughts and experiences that lend to this. And you guys are an amazing community. You guys have offered things to me that I didn't know. You've offered things to other people that didn't know, and everybody's experiences are different, and it's very nice that we all can come together, talk about this in a civil manner, and be nice and kind to each other. So thank you, everybody, so far. We would like to get to 175 likes. So the likes are free. If you are on your phone, you can just hold your phone down and go tappity tap, tap, tap if you're new to TikTok. If you are on your computer, which I am, and you're on this, next to the chat, there's a little heart, and you just tap the little heart and tap, tap, tap to your heart's content, and that sends it out. All right, everybody, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to hit hashtag FYP. I don't know if this works or not, but if everybody will spam the chat, then we'll go. Jules, excuse your ignorant question. How do you know that we like the chat? Jules, because a lot of you keep coming back, and a lot of people tell me about how they like this chat and it's better than other chats. I've been in some other chats as well, and sometimes the other chats get a little bit a little heated. And here, our people in this chat are very amazing with your experiences and your sharing of things, and everybody is very nice to each other, even though we all might be on different sides of this. So that is why I know. Because Jules, you're a kind person, right? All right, why did the Commonwealth have both Mac and this guy? Mac was terrible and this guy was way better. I'm baking with bread. I asked that question to myself as well. Supposedly they're supposed to say different things, and to me, it just seemed like the same witness. And my fear is that Dr. Safoff might be a little too much, and he might be saying the same thing. Sam, thank you so much for the roses. Oh my goodness. That's 13 roses. You guys know that that's what's called a baker's dozen. Did you guys know that? Thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate that. Yes, everybody, please like, follow, and subscribe. I am not a one-hit wonder. I'm going to bring you more law cases. I've been doing this for over a year now, bringing content. I just haven't found things on TikTok. I didn't know what I could and could not do. All right. Silent says, you wish you had more information on Patrick. I don't think the relationship was all rainbows and flowers as they describe it to be. I know it isn't about him, though. Absolutely, you guys. We don't know what Lindsay and Patrick's relationship was like. All we're getting are glimpses of what happened to her, because she's the one that's on trial, and that she's the one that did the crime. So that's all that they can talk about. They really can't get into nuances with Patrick because that isn't relevant. And again, I urge you, if you have evidence that Patrick did something besides all the TikTok rumors, if you feel like he hasn't been investigated enough, go call the FBI, go call the Duxbury Police, go call the Massachusetts State Police, go call Reddington. I'm sure he has a hotline dedicated to those people who think that Patrick Clancy has done it. And then you guys can go see if and when Patrick gets arrested. Will there ever be able to hear the 911 call after this is said and done? No. The judge has made a standing order that the autopsy reports and the 911 call will never be released. Now, speaking of that, as I mentioned to you earlier, Patrick Clancy's lawyer made a statement, and I don't know why I lost it. I had it, and then I lost it. Okay. I'm going to read you an excerpt from his attorney. Attorneys Howard Cooper, Todd and Well, law firm representing Patrick Clancy, are calling statements like that patently false and defamatory, warning of the real-life consequences of making such claims. The facts are indisputable. Patrick Clancy, this is a quote from his lawyers, Patrick Clancy has suffered an unspeakable and unimaginable loss. Unfortunately, the tragedy Patrick has experienced has been compounded by patently false, defamatory, and injurious public statements. The individuals making those statements, from minor influencers to major celebrities, should be on notice that their despicable actions and false, defamatory statements have caused real-life consequences to the health and safety of Patrick and his family. I'm sure they have sent out many cease and desists. So, yes, you do have a First Amendment right to say things, but if you step over the line and you start slandering and libeling and saying defamatory things that are unfounded and untrue, watch out. Their lawyer said they're coming for you. Can you guys imagine all of the person who are handling those calls from the people who are claiming that Patrick did it? And we don't know what's going on behind closed doors. We don't. So, you guys, this isn't the only case that the FBI and everybody's getting things about. Think about the Kohberger case. In the Kohberger case, they didn't tell you guys who did it until several months. It was 6 weeks later. So think about all the tips and all the things that are going on with that. And you guys, it's not over. There are still people out there that think that Kohberger didn't do it, and they're still getting calls. I know firsthand. So it's crazy. It is really crazy, right? Don't you guys got anything else going on? Oh, we'll take him down. So this is Dr. Halburn. He's done for the day. Yeet. Goodbye. All right. What happened in the Karen Reed case? Karen Reed was tried twice for the unaliving of her Boston cop boyfriend, John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was found deceased on the lawn of another Boston police officer. The police failed to investigate. In that case, she was not only tried once, but twice. She had a mistrial the first time, meaning the jury did not decide how to find her. And so they tried her again 1 year later. And you guys, I told everybody in at least the YouTube chat, that case has cost a minimum of $3 million to the taxpayers of Massachusetts. Do you know how much this case is costing them? I want to say a minimum of $1 million. It might be more. Yeah, the Commonwealth bought a Lexus to recreate her potentially hitting him. A Lexus. That was like 80 grand. Yeah. They sold it, but just it's bananas. It's bananas how much the Commonwealth, and I hope anybody who's living in Massachusetts, if you know, I feel really bad for you because holy smokes. That's a lot. And the taxpayers are the ones that are footing this bill. Brown-eyed girl, I already gave several recaps. If you want to go watch my YouTube video, I'm live right now. Go to Legalese123, go to the live, click on that. You can go backwards to forwards to see the recap for today. People have a parasocial relationship with Lindsay. They sure do. Some people You guys know that Chris Watts is getting married, right? He's in Wisconsin and he's getting married. So, hello. People who are in jail can get married. Brian Koberger can get married if he wanted to. Just he said only good things about his wife. He sure did. He sure did. He has, and they always investigate the husband first. They did. And if you feel that they failed to investigate him, you go call the police up and tell them that they failed to investigate. Your tax dollars are not being spent correctly, and they need to go investigate Patrick Clancy. And then you go, tell me what they said. Come back and tell me what they said. Flower Girl says Ted Bundy had a kid after he was found guilty. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Brian Kohlberger, you can't wait for that trial. Guys, he's not getting another trial. He's going to be in jail. It's warped. It is. It's crazy. It's warped. Couldn't they rent a car? Flower, they were doing things to the car in Karen Reed's case, so I think if they thought that they dented it or did something damage to it, then, Liz, I'm sorry. I don't know. Was the jury sequestered in what case? Karen Reed trial 1 and 2? No, they weren't. Des says she's guilty. I'm going upwards to go backwards. If I had Patrick, I'd be suing some people my full-time job after this. Well, just remember, civil cases are very, very, very expensive, and it is hard to make a defamation case. The scene should have been secured before they let Patrick back in the house. They did. You guys, they did secure the scene before they let Patrick back in the house. Patrick went to the hospital, right? So everything happened. They transported Patrick to the hospital. They secured the scene. They went through the scene. They collected what evidence they thought that they did, and then they let Patrick back in. So, right, they didn't check the drawer. The reason why they didn't check the drawer is perhaps maybe they didn't feel there was any evidentiary value there. So, yes, Patrick is not on trial. Okay, but shy 2 times, they had police officers outside making a log of who came in and came out. They wouldn't have allowed him back in if they didn't think that the scene was already secured. You may have addressed this. Is the Commonwealth saying that she did this to the children to get back at Patrick? No. They're saying that she premeditated, planned this, and she was not insane when she did it. Has nothing to do with Patrick. Take Patrick and throw him aside. Nothing to do with Patrick. Nothing to do with Patrick. Zany, thank you for the 30 roses. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Thank you so much. All right, you guys, gifts are open. We're only at 2,092. And let's see, we're only at 144K. All right, everybody. There are, how many are you here? There are 599 of you. If we do some quick mental math, as this court has done in the past, because remember when they asked him how much was he making, $300 a year at 180 hours, I quickly did the math and it was 54K. He did it in his head. So if there are 600 of you in here, 600, and everybody does 50 likes, that'll get, is that right? 600? Yep, if everybody has 50 likes, that'll get us 30,000 more likes. Remember, I would like to get to 275 before the end of today. We're at 145. Everybody tap. Let's go. Who can tap the fastest? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Well, I'm on the computer and I just use a mouse to do it, so I could probably tap faster than you guys. But if everybody taps, that would be greatly appreciated. It sends it out to the world that says I exist. And if you're new here, hi, I'm MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. We're watching live together. If you want to join me over on YouTube, you can watch it live with me. I cannot bring it to you live on TikTok. They don't allow it. If you want to know what my gift, my help me reach my goal is, if you would like to present me with a gift, that is going towards my notebook collection. As you might know, I write copious notes and then I put it into my timeline. I will share my timeline with you when we get to verdict watch. When will that be? Maybe sometime tomorrow after lunch. All right, some people don't think that Lindsay should take accountability for criminal actions. The focus should be more awareness on postpartum mental health, not wild speculations. Would you rather leave your children with Lindsay, Clancy supporter, or a bear? That's interesting. Why is Patrick a trigger word for TikTok? The mention of his name sets off the conspirators. Yes. If Mac and in this last doctor's testimony about the brakes thing enough to impeach the both of them. Well, again, it's up to the jury, right? It's up to the jury to make their notes, just like I make their notes. I highlight mine. I don't know if they can highlight theirs. They have to pick and choose. And the other thing, too, is they need to evaluate the credibility of both of these experts. Did Reddington do enough to squash their credibility that they're like, nah, this guy is a quack and I'm not listening to him? Or did the prosecution do their job and hit some of the points that they're trying to say? And did any of that resonate with them? In my opinion, I do believe that this doctor, Dr. Helbrun, I really liked his affect. I really liked his demeanor. And I do think he is genuine. And I do believe that what he believes is true. But you, as the at-home juror, have to think about not just this person, but the totality of the entire evidence. And in the end, the prosecutor is going to get up and she's going to make her statements as to what she believes happened. Then the defense is going to get up and say what they believe happened. And in the end, the judge is going to give you the jury instructions, and that not what the prosecutor says, not what the defense says in their closing statements. You can't consider that as evidence. What the judge says as the letter to the law. We're going to take that and we're going to go backwards. So if you're new here and you want to know a little bit about what Dr. Helbrun, what most of his thoughts were versus Dr. Resnick. So they're talking about what type of hallucination she had. Remember, there's intrusive thoughts. There's thoughts in your head, right? You talk to yourself every day. If you have those thoughts in your head, those are the thoughts that you have every day. But if those thoughts in your head start telling you to do something, those are called like intrusive thoughts, naughty thoughts, right? If they become external, then you're going into hallucinations. You're going into, what do they call it? Oh, hold on. What's the word I'm looking for? Well, he was saying those are outside thoughts, outside voices, outside hallucinations, and he categorized them differently. So I'm going to read you just kind of the synopsis that I have. All right. Clancy claimed that she heard a male voice ordering her to unalive her children and herself, but reported it only lasting for 18 minutes. Does that take into account? Because after the 18 minutes was over, and of course, then she heard herself, she's out the window, she was in a coma. When she woke up, she was able to recount what she said. He testified that experiencing the powerful command hallucinations for the first and only time during the exact window of a crime is incredibly unusual for a clinical pattern. Just for those 18 minutes. He usually says you have something before and then you have something after. It just doesn't just stop. When Patrick found her, Clancy's first words were, "I tried to unalive myself." But again, Reddington came back and said, "Did she actually say those words or were they garbled? Or is this just Patrick's recounting?" I thought that was very persuasive. Intrusive thoughts versus voices. So this doctor indicated that her symptoms were internal, unwelcome, intrusive thoughts rather than actual auditory hallucinations. So when she's talking about this male voice, he's saying that she had these internal intrusive thoughts. But here's the clinch, you guys. Here's the clinch. He was saying that these intrusive voices were happening for a very long, long time. And and he gets a glimpse of this when she is talking to her parents and when she's talking to Patrick about her wanting to harm herself and her kids. And apparently she said it on more than one occasion, right? Maybe to Patrick. But that's the timeline with that is a little bit muddled. And that is why she called the hotline. That is why she went to go get help. But remember, she did not report a plan. And therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem with our healthcare system, right? And I will say this. If it takes a lot for a person to call an S hotline, right? It takes a lot for a person to say, I need medical treatment, that I'm going to go to the hospital, right? I'm going to go to the hospital to go seek medical treatment. And this is what I get. But if she was more honest with them about what her thought process was, that she was going to harm, even though she didn't have a plan or didn't want to say she had a plan, what would have happened if she really, really, really said these things? Would the treatment have been different? Would we be here now? That in lies the problem. But remember, Lindsay Clancy's not on the stand for not divulging her information. She's on the stand because she unalived her children. And at the end of the day, did she have the mental clarity? Did she plan? Did she premeditate this? And remember, this doctor talked about what was her plan? What did she have in her head as to the actions and why she did it? And I went down the path of grossiness, and we talked about that. The who, what, where, when, how, and why. How did this plan come to fruition? And then let's flip it to her plan. She had 3 attempts to her, right? How did she plan these things? Did she think about these things? Or was it just spontaneous? And these are the issues at hand that the jury needs to decipher. I know it's a lot, guys. I know it's a lot. So he said that he indicated that her symptoms were internal, unwelcome, intrusive thoughts, rather than her actual auditory hallucinations projecting from outside of her head. He talked about the altruistic motive. Remember that Dr. Resnick said she did it for love. She did it for love. He kind of agreed that she did it for love, but that she struggled deeply with leaving her children for work and social events, and that she did it altruistically, but knowingly, because she didn't want to leave her kids with the burden of not having a mother. So that is why she needed to do the kids, and then she was going to do herself. She didn't want them to suffer. And then, of course, we can't get into the religious things that she said. So that's where we're at. All right, everybody, let's go and do some tappity tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 likety, like. We're only at 154K. And then I'm going to go back and look at your stuff and answer your questions. She did not pop his eyes out of the socket. They were bulging, but they weren't out of his socket completely. I still think that there's a chance it was false confession, but I do not blindly support Lindsay. All right. Right. And why the basement? Why taking them to the basement? Why take him to the basement? Why was Dawson over here and Cora and the baby were over here? Did she have to separate them for some reason? I know it's sad to think about these things, but that is what he brought up. Danielle says, this channel is being recorded for potential defamation case, so watch out. Her thoughts, if I'm not here, neither the kids, because no one can care for them like me. That is one of the things that they're saying. A nurse knows it takes 45 minutes for OD to work. Well, then why even try that? Yeah, I thought that too. I'm like, if she knew that what these potential medications were that she crushed up and took, she would know how long it would titrate to her system. And are these even the ones that you could do that to? I mean, I don't know. Are these the unaliving ones? I don't know. I mean, I've heard about people mashing up some stuff and mixing it with alcohol, and those two effects then have a greater chance of the end result. But I don't know. Yeah, that it was premeditated was really bad for the defense. It really, really is. Because again, if it's premeditated and she had the wherewithal, then she's criminally responsible and she goes to jail. Lilo, you can you guys keep asking me, do you confess to something that you don't remember? You guys, she's already stipulated to some of the facts. So you have to consider that as well. Had she been more honest with the kids, would have been taken or removed from her from watching her. Yeah, perhaps. But you guys, I told you this before. There was a girl on TikTok who said that she had the same things that Lindsay did and that her kids were not taken away from her, right? The kids can go stay with grandma. The kids can go if she's removed from the house, then Patrick takes care of them, right? Somebody will take care of the kids to help mommy get better. Yeah, there are many S asides and H asides that are impulsive, no plan. Eula says that she was placed on a 5150 in California. You have to tell us how that went. Why didn't he listen to the 911 call? He had access to it. Maybe he didn't think it was relevant. TT says Lindsay Clancy very clearly had bipolar 2, which is a very livable diagnosis, and she knew right from wrong. Well, TT, I want to ask you, when it came time for them, Gelada said that she had bipolar. She didn't diagnose her as 1 or 2 at the moment. She did say she had bipolar, and then Patrick refuted that. She's not bipolar. Could that diagnosis help save her? Are they coming back at 1 p.m.? They should be back soon. I hope so. 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 Eastern. Uh-oh. Somebody is speaking Spanish. No Espanol. So I hope that my Spanish is very rusty. Something about the mother with the son and something about psychosis and postpartum. Something that have psychosis and postpartum. That's all I could read. I'm sorry, I can't answer your Spanish question. I hope I'm sorry. And they don't have Google Translate on it. Wait, maybe I can do Google. No, I can't. I cannot copy it and put it in Google Translate. I'm sorry. She was being medicated for bipolar in January of 2022. Maya, I didn't see that. January of 2022 was a year before all this happened. I didn't see any evidence of that. She had not been diagnosed with bipolar until after she was arrested and was in jail or in the hospital. Yeah, this trial hasn't gotten us. Be like bonobos. This trial, most trials don't. Most trials do not leave you with give you all the answers that you're looking for. They in fact leave you with thousands more questions. Karen Reed trial 1 and 2. They never figured out who did it. Oh, Aces in America. You're in America, and something about you speak Spanish. Okay. Can I confirm if Lindsay Clancy actually said when she woke up? You've heard many things. I do know that when she woke up, she was writing a tablet to her provider, and she did say something like, what did she say? Like something horrible. Let me see if I can get the direct wording for you. I don't know if I can find it based upon my timeline because my timeline is extensive. Let's see. I don't have that per se, but I do know that she wrote something about that she so wrote. You are in America, you should speak Spanish. Is that what? Oh, I'm baking bread. That's what it says. I'm in America and I should speak Spanish. Okay. Well, I was born in America and English is my first language. So I'm sorry that I can't speak Spanish to you. I've heard horrific lawyer Patrick, and I thought it was horrific, but people keep saying lawyer. Haley, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Everyone is saying that she's failed by doctors, are essentially arguing for forced asylums. Your bipolar cousin did laser surgery on each eye himself with a pellet. Oh, SC Texas. That image just went through my mind, and I'm very sorry for that. Was he on his medication or she? I don't know if it's you said himself. He. Yeah, she said she was horrified, I believe. Okay, good, thank you. See, you guys know. She said it was horrified, or I felt horrifying. That is what it says. I said it a while ago, but in the comments go so fast. They do. They go so fast. Thank you. Thank you, guys. See, you guys are backing me up. See, that's why you guys are the best chat ever. What is my Oh, okay. See Forever is asking them what's their problem. Thought you were asking me what my problem is. See, I can read some Spanish, right? Sorry, that was a response to what she said first when she woke up. Yep. All right, everybody, it's fine. Y'all see Lisa Renna deleted her videos. She probably got a cease and desist, you guys. You guys know what a cease and desist is, right? That means the lawyer writes you a letter and says, please kindly stop making these statements and please take your post away. If you don't, then we will sue you. And you get the cease and desist, and then you can decide whether you're going to comply with that person or you're going to just yeet it into the trash and say, come sue me. Some people do both. Some people make more TikToks on it. If you know, you know, TikTok psychic in the Kohlberger case. And if you don't know the TikTok psychic case, go to my YouTube page and go watch it. Let's see. She was using a legal pad at first to write down communications to med staff. My mods are working really hard, sending me messages, telling me about their blocking people. Yes, it's the wild, wild west today. It was he. Many time something people feel better and stop taking it. Oh, okay. Yet it was he. Many times people feel better and stop taking it, then have that another episode. Yes, that's why I asked if he was taking his meds. I'm having a side chat with Southeast Texas, who said that her cousin was a bipolar and did some things. That lady can keep her mouth shut. Lisa Renna. I don't know what she was trying to do. I don't know what she was trying to do. You do have to be careful what you say. I try to be really careful what I say on here as well. I don't want to get sued. Many more people need to realize that Lindsay is on trial currently. Pregunta means question. I don't see a question in the Spanish text. Thank you, See Forever, for helping me translate. All I want to do is partake in jury duty and not sit on a Zoom call, as I didn't hate Zoom enough. Yep, I say yeet because I really like that word. Trying to stay trendy, even though I'm sure that yeet is now passé, right? Passé means over with, moved on, next step. Passé is French, by the way. Look, we're multilingual today. We speak the Spanish and we speak the French. You had to switch laundry. Who deleted their videos? Oh, they were talking about Lisa Renna. Thoughts on Skelton case? Jessica, I'm not really much on Skelton case. Tell me about the Skelton case. Did Dr. H rely on hearsay utterances to form his opinion and criminal responsibility? He relied on reports. So yeah, I guess a little bit of hearsay, but he did talk to Patrick and family members. Remember, the sister declined. And also he talked to Lindsay herself, right? And that's because she couldn't talk at first upon waking. After that Kohlberger TikTok lawsuit, people should really watch what they say and they post. Yep. But you know what? It's It's not going to happen because you know those people that get really excited and they say something and then everybody goes to that TikTok person and they start making comments and stuff and then you become popular and then you make money and then you just continue and perpetuate over and over again. And some people are still talking about Koberger, right? It's the gift that keeps on giving. Your fiance's name is Patrick and he's tired of hearing his own name. Oh, tell him we're sorry. Tell him we're sorry. It's just a fad. It'll go away and there's going to be a new person, a new name in the media. She's going to be the first one to be sued. You better believe it because she's a reality celebrity, right? You can't say allegedly and think that you're in the clear. To an extent. It depends on what you say after that, right? I need the full context. You know, for me, words matter. So if you're saying allegedly and then defaming a person, that one can't cover up what you just said. I would never, as a public figure, come out against anyone in an ongoing trial. Yeah. Did Dr. A, okay, I already answered that question. You missed the whole Lisa Rinna video. Lisa Rinna so I didn't watch it, but I heard smatterings about it. Lisa Rinna went on with, I guess, was it her, another a friend psychiatrist or psychologist, and they were talking about Patrick's culpability in the case. And they made some statements that were not factual. How's that? And supposedly she took them down. This is way better than watching the Massachusetts seal for an hour. Thanks, Tiffany. Question, why didn't she get medicine for Cora after that morning appointment with her? You know, I heard that too, Des 425. I don't know why. Because you guys know. So it could be a combination of things if we were to speculating. You know, I don't like to, but here we are. It's Patrick that it is possible that she had to return home because Patrick needed to start his day of work, right? Patrick was watching Callan and Dawson at the time. Remember, there's a picture of Dawson. He had his hands up. He got himself dressed for the first time that day, and he sent her this picture. They were texting back and forth. I don't know why she didn't go back and get the medicine. You guys, when I told you that I am not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but I totally think that Lindsay Clancy had OCD and that she was a type A personality. Silent says, sometimes I wish I could read these TikTok comments, but most of the times I'm glad that I can't. Some of them are a little too wild. So just stay quiet. Just stay in the quiet zone. I'm reading them out loud. She chose not to make the stop at the store. Also, those medications are usually given before bed. What? Pebble Picasso says there's breaking news that Dolly Parton may have. Hang on just a second. You guys know I don't really like to have breaking news. You guys, breaking news. Dolly Parton has passed away. She was reported by the New York Times. She was 80. Oh, man. Well, you guys, that's sad. I'm sorry. I know. Everybody loved Dolly. I know. All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and give some hearts for Dolly. Everybody hit those hearts for Dolly. We like Dolly. Dolly Parton was an amazing woman. She did a lot of great things for a lot of great people. Hotel Motel, I just saw it on New York Times. Nope, I just saw it on the New York Times. And please don't put caps in my chat. Caps are only for my mods. Yep, it's being reported by People Magazine. It's being reported by CNN. It's being reported by the country music people. It is out there. It is the New York Times, CNN. Everybody's reporting it. So, yes. She was 80 years old. She was 80 years old. Dolly Parton passed, Liz. Dolly Parton passed. She was 80 years old. Rest in peace. All right, hearts for Dolly. That's what we were doing. I got distracted. Hearts for Dolly, everybody. Hearts for Dolly. I'm going to give all these hearts to Dolly. Everybody spam the chat with hearts. Please, please, please. It's all that I can do, right? It's all that I can do right now. Hearts for Dolly. Hearts for Dolly. So sad, Dolly. We're so sad and so sorry. I wonder what she passed from. I'd wondered if she had any illnesses or anything, but I'm sure they'll come out with that. And honestly, do we really need to know? Do we really need to know? Do we really need to know? Oh, you guys, so sad. She was sick. All right, you guys, I don't know what they're doing. It is 1:03 my time, so it's 2:03. And, nothing's... Oh, she had a cancer last appearance over the weekend. Oh, my goodness. Remember something about her being sick. I remember her doing something. I'm just Googling to see. She had a really good foundation. Yes. Okay. If you guys didn't know, Dolly Parton has a world famous literacy program where she's donated over 270 million free books to young children. She mails them. The program mails one free, high-quality, age-appropriate book every single month to registered children from birth until they're 5 years old. And the cost is entirely free to people who sign up. So if you guys know of somebody in need and you guys think that you know somebody that could use some books to bolster their literacy, especially anybody in my Espanol chat or Francais, whomever. If you know of anybody, just remember that Dolly Parton has a foundation that they can sign up to. It's called Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. They can sign up, and you can sign somebody up to get free books. So there you go. So there we go. Angel, thank you for the gift. Nolan, thank you for the gift. Shayna and Darlene and Sam and Ashley and Miss Mary and Diane. I went up and went down, so I didn't. If you guys want to go ahead and give to my gift funding, I have notebooks that I'm going to purchase very soon because good gracious, how do we know that for sure that Dolly passed? We checked all of the reputable sites, CNN, Country Music, People, New York Times, etc. They all said it happened. Go Google it. That's what I tell my children. Don't come to me for Google. Go Google it yourself, right? Low-key happy I was on here when I found out, Chels. I know. It's so sad, you guys. So, so sad. All right. So back to the program. Shifting from one thing to another. We are only at 166 likes, everybody. We need to get to 175 before they come back. Please, 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 because as you guys know, the more you hit the likes, the more it hits the FYP, the more people come on here, the more people I can talk to and spread information about facts, right? Am I ignoring comments? No, I'm not ignoring comments. Okay, let's see. Dawn. You wrote me a question. You guys, John, you also have to maybe ignore comments. Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Impossible to see every comment. It is, because you guys know there are 602 of you here in my chat. And when you each write a comment, it goes up so quickly. And I try to scroll down to go back up, and I can't reach everybody. So if you have something that you need to ask or you need to inquire and I haven't asked it, you can ask again, especially if you're very polite, and then I'll answer it for you, right? Remember, as Liz always says, keep it cute and keep it classy. Liz, where's your thing? Right, but just don't spam. You can ask your question twice. If I didn't see it the first time, I will go back to it. So just remember, I'm doing the best that I can. I'm one woman. This is a one-woman show, except for I do have mods. If you know, you know. Oh, she's going to join her husband. Kimberly says, if you guys don't remember, Dolly Parton's husband also passed. So Kimberly says she's going to join her husband. That is really sweet, you guys. Thank you for bringing that up. I failed to remember that. Yes. Keep it cute or catch Liz's mute. Thank you to my mods who are doing a fabulous job. There are 3 of you currently right now. One of you had to drop, which is not a problem. You guys are doing amazing. I appreciate all of the efforts and have you. Barba Farbla, no, you cannot join as a guest. I'm not taking any guest requests at this time. Aaliyah would never harm her cubs. I heard that before. I've heard that before. I'm not taking any guests right now. I don't know if I will today. It depends, you guys. With being on here talking to you and going until 4 o'clock is my limit. So, but Miss Mary Shoppins has a chat, and she might have to. Can you ask me my stance on this case, Kaylin? I am waiting until all the evidence comes into this case. I will give you my opinion after the judge has released the jury to go deliberate. Nolan wants to know where everybody's from. All right, roll call. Tell us what state you're in. Nolan wants to know. You guys did say this morning some of you are from Colorado and South Carolina. When are they back from lunch? They're not back yet, but thank you for reminding me to YouTubers. Here you go. This is still live. They're not back yet, but thanks for reminding me to put that up. If you are just joining me, hello, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. You guys, we have somebody in here from Scotland. She's like, state. She's not from the United States. She is from Scotland. Thank you for joining us. Oh, and we have people from Texas, Long Island, New York, NYC, Mini Happiness, California. Yes, Dolly passed away. Southern California, Massachusetts, Colorado, Texas, Canada. I just say that. Minnesota, Denver, Jersey, Kansas, Georgia, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, New Mexico, Florida, Indiana, Colorado, North Carolina, Michigan, Ohio, New York. Wow. Everybody's from all over the place. Ooh, Virginia. Tanya from Virginia. Did you hear about the Brendan Banfield case? Just want to say British Columbia. Woo. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. My mods are on that one. Mod, Miss Rivera got that one. Thank you, darling. And I call you darling because you're fabulous. You're fabulous. Where are your Virginia twins? There was one person from Virginia. Was that you, Liz? No, it was Tanya. Tanya was from Virginia as well. Tanya and Liz, did you guys hear about the Brendan Banfield case? That was out of Virginia. Maryland, Virginia. I kind of put those two together, right? By the way, I was born in Virginia. Just want to let you know. I was born in Virginia. Wasn't born and raised there. We have a Massachusetts, a Michigan, and a Pennsylvania over on YouTube. All right, hello. If you're just joining me, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are live with the Lindsay Clancy case, day 20. On the stand earlier today was Dr. Helburn. He is a forensic psychiatrist, who was testifying as a rebuttal witness for the prosecution. The defense is done. There's no more witnesses for the defense. The prosecution has one more rebuttal witness today. He is another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Safoff. He also testified for the FBI. Will he be saying the same thing over and over again? I pray that he will not, but what are we going to do? Then at the end of today, the prosecution and the defense and the judge are supposed to sit down and go over the charging documents. That means, what are they going to charge Lindsay Clancy with? What is the wording, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, we know that Dolly Parton has passed away. List or one of my mods, can you guys just make a pinned note that we know that she passed away and that we're moving on. We're moving on. No, Megan, we cannot do a poll today. We will not do a poll until all of the evidence has come into this case, which won't be until tomorrow. And after, thank you, Han. Thank you for posting that. Nope, not after today's witnesses. Until all the evidence is in. So after closing arguments, we will do a poll. I know you guys want a poll. We'll do a poll after that, and then we'll do a poll the next day and the next day until we get a verdict. So don't worry. It's just, I just need to make sure that we have all the facts in this case. We still have one more witness to go through. So don't worry. If you want to join me live, I'm also live on YouTube. It is the same channel name, Legalese123. You can hop over there before they start back up. We do have a lovely little chat over here that our lovely Scottish person says, I need Starbucks if you're going to listen to Deja Vu witnesses. What should I order, chat? Oh, goodness. Everybody in the chat. Oh, we might be getting back into it. I do hear that they do have a good matcha. Do you like a good matcha? She don't miss a comment over here. Kendra, I hope you're talking that I try to go back and forth. Oh, the people say pumpkin spice lattes, a caramel macchiato. They have a new, is that horchata express is good? Iced caramel macchiato, matcha, people with question marks, brown sugar shaken espresso. They're back. They moved the camera. And I am live. Okay, we're back at it, everybody. We're back at it. All right, where did we get with our likes, everybody? Did we? Oh, you guys, we're only at 178 likes. We did make it. Yay. All right, I'm turning the volume up. Hold on. I know the volume's down. Here we go. Okay, everybody take a deep breath, and hopefully we will get through this next witness, and then all the witnesses will be done in the Lindsay Clancy case. Cross our fingers, right? Cross the fingers. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Jess, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the heart me. Tiffany, thank you so much. Angel, Nolan, Shayna, Sam. Oh my gosh, you guys, Sam spanned me with 30 roses. Who's going to top that? Who's going to top Sam's roses? Anybody going to match Sam's roses? Yes, Jordan, we know that Dolly Parton has passed. We'll pin that comment just so you guys know. All right, who's going to... Amy, here comes Amy. Amy's going to match it. Amy, what is... Amy, drum roll for Amy. Oh, Amy matched it for 34. Oh my goodness, is somebody going to beat Amy's 34 roses? Oh my goodness, who's going to beat Amy? Thank you, guys. Oh, Nolan, are you going to beat Amy's 34? Oh my goodness, Jess and Nolan are battling it out. Nolan's got 60. Jess, he's beating you, girl. She's beating you. Sorry.
Sure is accurate.
Nolan is at 88, you guys. Nolan's at 88. I don't know if you guys are going to top Nolan. That was pretty good, Nolan. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Oopsies. Oh, you guys, we have to do something to lighten up our day, right?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of that record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Como?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Oh, you guys, MCAT 218 just beat you. She has 90 roses, you guys. Who's going to top that? It's the battle. We're having our own battle within the chat. All right, Dr. Sathoff is up. You guys, he should be good. He's an FBI witness. He's going to be really, really good.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Saathoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also,
Guys, is he going to testify to her injuries? Just asking for a friend.
also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
Do you guys know about the BAU? Put it 1 in the chat if you know about the BAU. Put it 2 in the chat if you don't. We'll discuss it. It's amazing.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult to institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI and working at UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison as I felt that was important, and my students felt that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
Overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so,
First sidebar.
Sure.
Sidebar. Sidebar, everybody. You know what that means? Sidebar. Tappity tap, 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 tap. I'm not sure if he's getting into something. Everybody, if you're new here, hi, MissyK. I bring you law cases. If I cannot bring this to you live on TikTok, I cannot stream court live because they don't allow it. If you want to join me over on YouTube, same channel name, Legalese123. I'm live over there. You can watch it with us, and you can be on TikTok and send me messages. But I do have a nice, lovely chat over on YouTube as well. There are 71 of you. Hi. If you guys are new here, please like and subscribe on YouTube. It's free. And if you like the stream, that just gets it out to more people. And subscribe and turn on your notifications. That way you'll know when I might come on next. And if you're on TikTok, please like, share. And everybody, let's tappity tap, tap, tap. Remember, my goal today is to get to 275,000 likes today. We're only at 185. We still have a ways to go. And if you guys are catching up, the winner of the Rose Battle is Amika. Amika 218 sent 90 roses. Is anybody going to beat that? Or do you want to have a new battle? Amika has already started a heart battle. Amika has one heart battle. And Jess gave a donut. Is Jess going to beat? Anybody going to beat Jess's donuts gift giving? Or is anybody going to beat Amika's 90 roses that she sent? Just saying, who's going to be the next one to win? Oh, I sure can, Amy. When he comes back, I'll put him up. I forgot. I usually put it up there. Yes, Reddington called for a sidebar. They're getting into some things that I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's going to be a long day, you guys. Hopefully they'll get this witness shortly. They need to get to the charging conference before tomorrow. You know, this judge likes to end at 4 p.m., so who knows? Why would they object? Because it depends on what they were getting into and whether or not he could testify to the things and whether it's relevant to the case, right? So that's might be, or maybe there's something on his resume that he propounded and, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that? Did you see that? All right. Kay Mill sent me a bouquet. Who's going to top that? I know somebody sent me a bouquet earlier today, but I just love that. That is so amazing. Thank you so much. I love that. Thank you. Is our big worried about this witness? I don't know. Oh,
Doctor, you
okay,
were about
here
to
we go.
describe a hospital that you had previously worked at. Is that correct?
yes,
And where was that and what type of hospital?
it was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
We published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes. The FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is, it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That it's oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It is it represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder or schizoaffective disorder or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound. And that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient, inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape Codder water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went. And that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals, or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation? And if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death of, or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that. You want the same objection that's raised before?
Council, can I see it?
All right, my law lovies. It's sidebar again. You know what that means? Tappity tap tap tap. There are 372 of you in here. We'd like to get to 275K. We're at 207 right now. Please, please, please. Uh-oh. T. Wright just started giving 4 roses. Thank you so much. And Aaliyah gave me a heart me. Thank you. All right, you guys know that. The feed keeps jumping. I can't get it. Hold on. All right. Amy's giving ice cream cones to everybody. Amy is hitting up with, Amy just gave 10 ice cream cones. I need an ice cream right now. And you guys, Amika, no, it keeps jumping. Yes, MCAT218 holds the record for 90 roses. Is anybody going to beat her? Is anybody going to beat her? This guy is very, very good. He is making some statements that we didn't quite know. Now, you guys, I have heard before. I've heard a couple of things as to when she went to go unalive the children. I've heard she did it after the phone call. I heard it. She was done during the phone call. So there's been many, many, many things going on. And you guys just remember, take some things with a grain of salt. Not everything has to be true and false at the same time. This is just his recollection of a conversation that he had with her and piecing some things together. Can this expert be wrong? Yes. But that's not the hill we're going to die on, right? We're not dying on exactly what time did she do it. We're on the time frame of what was her mental status when she did it, and is she insane when she did it, Or was she not sane? That's what we're going to do. I know. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, we're coming back, everybody. Hit that like button.
Doctor, based on your training and experience in dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No,
And again, based on your training and experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
no, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That is that would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobia hearing at this point, Judge, on this. I'd like to test his qualifications to
I'm
this.
gonna, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Okay, hang on. I know you're like, what? So when this gentleman gives you a CV, right, gives you his resume, what he's done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and he may or may not have written a report that's given to Reddington. Reddington looks it over, and then that's how he does his examination of this guy. I know we're pausing. I'm sorry, but you guys, you're all like, what's going on? So when this guy is talking about things and he's testifying to things, he's in Reddington's thoughts and beliefs that he's testifying outside the scope or his report or outside of what he has put on his CV. So he just got up and said he wanted a Daubert Daubert, a Daubert hearing, or that's the word that they use. What that means is it's like a voir dire, right? It's a voir dire of the witness. Jury gets yeeted out. He gets to ask him any questions about where he's coming with this. What's your background? What's your education? You're getting into topics that you didn't report on. So how can you speak about them? And that's what they've been arguing behind the scenes with the judge. And the judge says, nope, he's qualified. He can answer these questions. So that is what's going on. He's going to ask away, but Reddington's going to continue to try to disqualify him. Here we go.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes. She said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with...
Okay, I have a question. I have a problem. When Patrick said that he left, didn't he say that Dawson was already on the couch eating chicken nuggets and green beans? Sorry, I know it blew my mind, so I just have to ask that.
Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in in time. And those two just, they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school. And that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having a real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose, who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient.
Lamictal.
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Sorry, you guys, the feed just jumped. Hold on. We were talking about Dr. Rose. I never heard of Dr. Rose before. Let me see if I can go back. I'm bad at this, you guys. I'm sorry.
To her that there was a doctor that she knew
Okay.
named
It was just a few
Rose,
seconds. Hold on.
who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience.
Yeah, if we could have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written a prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that she felt like a zombie. Very, very significantly affected. And certainly, while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
And so, doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus the record, what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day, and it's a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she had texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number, getting information prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about takeout, getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, etc. And so this reversal in terms of what she told me and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could think of, could remember about getting takeout was 3B. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3B. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family, but they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and or what she told Patrick and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3B, driving to 3B, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout, and then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the,
Okay, hang on, everybody. Hang on. If we're connecting the dots here, he said that she added that on. And a lot of you I see in the chat are like, well, why didn't she? A lot of you had asked, why didn't she get the Miralax when she was out with Cora? So is the defense saying, I'm putting this out, or is the prosecution saying that she intended not to get the medication for Cora because she was planning this, and that she added it on to him to add extra time? Just that's what I'm picking up. You guys tell me if I think that I'm wrong.
the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that, that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, the suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objection as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose. Because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many times, how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry.
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was
Objection. Requesting what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she took handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, she, after strangling the 3 children with the exercise bands, she went up the steps, went to the kitchen, she got a knife, and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom, and described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table, there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that he didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance?
Finish, please.
I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You
Yes.
done with that answer? All right, next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or straight that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, I mean, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process. And she also did not, it was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked. And she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that the next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan upstairs? And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down, and he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet. But the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there. I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to this.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Oh, you guys. Oh, you guys. He's talking to them at sidebar because they're probably going to stop for the day. I don't know what to tell you guys. I am completely speechless at this moment. We'll get into questions in just a minute. Let's see how we can get through this. Yeah, we'll go. I have the stairs data. We'll go into that in just a minute. We'll go over that. Yep, Reddington is peeved. But you see, you guys, Reddington could have objected to any of this, right? So this is the conversation he had with her. This is the conversation he had with her. And you guys, it's taped, right? It's on Zoom. It's been recorded. So these are the things that she said to him. I have no Zoom room. You guys, I think they're going to be done for the day. Oh, here we go. Hang on.
All right. And
here we go. Hold on.
To counsel over here, it is anticipated that the evidence will close tomorrow. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires, after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after.
Oh my goodness.
So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right, so I just kind of want to give as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this prediction, but I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right, and like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply to this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay. So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Court, all right.
All right, let's see if they put anything on the record, if the lawyers talk about anything, and then we will chat, you guys. So hold on, hold your questions. I'm looking to see if I can find Ian Whiffin's report of when she went up and down the stairs while they're talking. I see your questions. I see your chat. We'll go over it. It's a lot. Wow, it is incredible.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be
All right.
seated.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
All right. Okay, I need everybody to take a deep breath, okay? That was very heavy, and I lost it, you guys. I lost it. You can't unring that bell that you envision what happened. So, you guys, to be honest with you, if I'm thinking back to Ian Whiffen and the stairs things, it doesn't quite make sense. So give me just a second and let me find it. So here's the problem that I have. Well, let me check one more thing. I only have what I got from the TV screen from when the prosecution put it on the screen, and they had a lot of things cut off. So I cannot say that I'm 100% accurate in this. I'm going through and looking at some other people who have collected evidence, and theirs is very much the same thing. So we don't quite have that record yet, meaning it hasn't been the complete record. So give me just a second. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. Because it is, to me, so far, it's not adding up to what this man said. And if that's true, Reddington is going to hit him hard with that, because he just made a whole bunch of statements about her climbing up and down stairs that may or may not be true. So, and if he's wrong, he needs to be corrected. But here's also the other caveat, you guys. This could be from what she told him. So this could come in from what she told him. It doesn't necessarily have to be true to what exactly transpired with the stairs. So I just put a pin in that, because I don't want you guys to get super caught up in that, because again, we talked about this. Two things can be true at the same time. Does that make sense? He's recalling what she told him, and that may or may not be accurate to what actually happened. So don't get all huffy puffy just yet. All right, hang on. Let me see what I can find, and then I'll share with you guys. By the way, all right, there are 786 of you here. Hello, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. I'm a little bit emotional right now from just that last testimony. I'm trying to recover so that I can answer your questions. If you don't know who I am, I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of Lindsay Clancy right now. We're doing what's called gavel to gavel coverage. Can't bring it to you here live on TikTok, but we can over on YouTube. I have the same channel name, Legalese, over there if you want to watch it live with me tomorrow, the next day, or whenever this trial comes to its completion or end, or verdict watch. I also have a Facebook page. Missy, why are you talking about a Facebook page? Because that's where I posted Ian Whiffin's stuff. So I'm going over to my Facebook page to receive this information that I posted over there. Please go over to my Facebook page and like that page and turn on your notifications there as well. If you are interested, I did post Lindsay Clancy's civil case. And I also post a whole bunch of other stuff over there as well. All documents, etc., evidence, what I'm talking about, what I'm doing, etc. So that's where you get your most up-to-date information. Give me just a minute, because I have to scroll through, because remember, Ian Whiffen testified last Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, Monday or Tuesday. And I have posted a lot since then. So please give me a moment so I can scroll really quickly so I can get this, and then I'll bring it up for you guys so we all can talk about it. And you guys your mind's gonna be blown because I already know. I went over it extensively. I kind of already know what's going on. And remember, I could be absolutely 100% wrong. Why? Because, again, I only got what I could see from I could only get what was presented on the television screen, and I don't see it anywhere else. All right, hold on just a second so I can bring this up for everybody on Facebook and everybody on YouTube. Okay, this is the first one. So hold on, everybody. We're going to get him gone. He'll be back tomorrow. Will this trial ever end? As you guys can see, this is why the prosecution waited to, oops, I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. Waited to tell us why, that's not what I want to do. Waited for these witnesses to come on at the end because now, guess what? The defense can't rebut this. All they can do is question this witness. They can't bring on anybody else. All right. I know if you're here on TikTok, I'm going to do my best to make this smaller. This is on my Facebook page. All right. Missy, what are we looking at? I hope everybody can see. This is what Ian Whiffen said about her climbing the stairs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So at 1656, she climbed one set of stairs. She had her Apple Watch on. 1703, which is 603, right? She had one flight of stairs with her iPhone. Patrick was still at home, you guys. If you go into the timeline, Patrick doesn't leave supposedly until, sorry, is it 5:15? Hang on. Oh, Missy, get your crap together. Hold on. Sorry. At 5:03 p.m., she climbs one flight of stairs. Patrick doesn't leave until approximately 5:15 p.m. So here at 5:03, she climbed one flight of stairs. At between 17:33 and 17:38, she climbed two flights of stairs. So if this gentleman is talking about, and it's via her iPhone, not her Apple Watch. Now, hang on just a minute. I'll tell you when she doesn't have her Apple Watch anymore. We'll go into the next one. So between 1733 and 1738, she climbs two flights of stairs. They said that at some point in time, remember, she stopped in the middle floor to pick up things or whatever she was going to do, and then she climbed the other set of stairs. So that's why the time frame is approximately 5 minutes. Hold on. Let me see if I can get you to the next thing. Okay, here we go. Does everybody can see that? Everybody can see that? Okay. This is throughout the day of when she climbed the stairs, and this is what happened beforehand. So this starts at 7:38 in the morning and goes until 12:45. This is a non-issue. All right, hang on. I have one more thing. Hold on. 1 second. Give me 1 second. I got to look and see. Okay, here we go. This is when her Apple Watch stopped connecting. I know it's really hard to see, but her Apple Watch, they said, stopped connecting at 17:23. So that is at 5:23, her Apple Watch stops working. Did she take her Apple Watch off? I don't know. It stopped working. Did the battery go dead? Did she remove it from her thing? And as you guys know, as Ian Whiffen testified, that your Apple Watch pairs up to your phone, and that if it's just sitting there, it's not collecting any data. If it's dead, it's not collecting any data. So that's all that I have to show you. That's it. I have nothing else to show you beyond that because that's the only record that I have. So here's Missy bringing you the receipts. I gave you the receipts. All right. Let's get to questions. Questions. I know that's a lot. I know that is a lot. I tried to give you backup things and what have you. She took the watch off to SLICE her wrists. Well, you guys can see she went up the stairs. Her iPhone is collecting it at 17:33. The Apple Watch stopped 10 minutes prior to that. You guys can put 2 and 2 together. Oceanfront, they are done for the day. Where are we as far as, oh, we're at 2:44. We're at 2:44. She had her phone on her because her phone was because remember, she answered Patrick's call. She had her phone on her. Her phone was on her bed. That is in evidence. So yes, she had her phone. I don't know anything about Patrick's email from home at 5:24. He testified with the first day with the prosecution that he might have sent it in the car. We don't know. There's no digital evidence that says that one way or the other. Okay, everybody. Was she in psychosis and removed it due to sensory input? We'll never know since the defense rested. Yep, they can't go back. They can't undo this. She can't undo this. All right. Yep. She took the children one by one. Remember, this is what this gentleman is saying. He isn't, you guys, he is an FBI person. He's in the behavioral analysis unit. What does that mean? BAU stands for Behavior Analysis Unit. I just said it. And what they do is they extensively watch people, research people. This guy's not going to sit on the stand and give you any fluff. So if you're thinking that you don't believe him, that's for you to, that you can do that. I don't think he's making anything up. Now, when Reddington gets to him, we'll see whether he can debunk some of these things or not. So remember, I told you 2 things can be true at the same time. Or remember, maybe her recollection wasn't that good. That could be it as well. All right, I'm going up to go down to just kind of go over your comments. Okay, so you guys, let's talk about Cora for just a second. Cora was not sick. She had constipation. She had gone to the preschool like the day before. Remember, the preschool teachers were talking to her. She was trying to hold in her bodily fluids. She didn't want to go to the bathroom at the daycare. That morning, the mom took her to her 5-year, it was already in the books. It was her 5-year checkup. And at the 5-year checkup, they brought up the stool softener. You guys have asked, why didn't she get the stool softener on the way home? She only had Cora with her. Patrick was watching Callan and Dawson at the same time. Did she have to return because Patrick needed to start work? Maybe. I don't know. Pure speculation. I don't know. But one could make some inferences that the prosecution's saying, hey, she deliberately didn't go get it because she was trying to make an excuse for Patrick. I'm just putting out questions there. You guys can make answers. Okay. All right. Let's see where you guys are at. I'm going to go up to go down. All right. It was never established that the email was sent from the Surface Pro, so stop believing that. We don't know. We don't know about the email, whether he sent it from his phone or whatever. So yes, she had her phone. I talked to that. Patrick was still there. Approximately, from Patrick's testimony, he left around 5:15 or so. Go back and watch Patrick's testimony. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'll update my spreadsheet. It was never, okay, we already asked that. What about Patrick's? Okay, we already talked about that. She remembers. She lied about the chicken nuggets. He was already eating them. And you guys, there's evidence that the bowl was on the couch, right? But wasn't she stated that she had a scarf on? I don't know what that means. Right, she called back. She called him back. She took 4 stairs at a time per each kid, her accent to her room. The bed with no blood on it. There actually is a blood splatter on the side of the bed. There is. I can show you the picture if you want to. Didn't he say that she went downstairs with Dawson up to Cora down, and then Callan went up to bed? Mandy, I'm not following you. Who is SJ? K Mill. No, we're not taking anybody live just yet, okay? SJ took them down one by one, right? I don't know who SJ is. What time was the phone call? I think it was 5:24. Oh, the call between the two of them. Oh, hold on. Hang on. 1 second. At 5:33, Pat calls her. She doesn't answer. And then 1 minute later, 5:34, she called him back. And that was a 14-second phone call. And then she climbed the stairs. Or climbed the stairs when she was on the phone with them. See how difficult it is? Okay, you guys answered it. Thank you, everybody. Remember, I'm going up to go down. Didn't he say that she went downstairs with Dawson and then go up to get Cora and then Callan and then go up to bed? Yes, Mandy. That is exactly what he said. That he took Dawson down, then she went back up to go get Cora and then Callan again. I don't know. See, isn't it confusing? Guess I can tell you that Reddington's going to clear that up, right? She had to call him back because she missed his call the first time, right? Elliot says she did it. The investigator said she went down and then went up the stairs once. I have a question about the validity of using what we can call actography as evidence. How do we know it was her that answered the phone? His words. Do you think that she might have put her phone down? Well, Andrea, here's what we can say. The phone was answered. She was the only adult at home. Right? Because it is confirmed that Patrick was at the CVS pharmacy at the time that the call was made. That's what we know for sure. Do you think she might have put her phone down? She took the children by one. Were the interviews with the experts recorded? They are. So the jury will have them. We won't. They can look at them. I don't believe she's going to clean the house before she does all this. The witnesses messed up the prosecution's timeline. So when she left the phone, went to the basement and went back upstairs. She had the phone with her when she answered it and then when she went up the stairs. Commonwealth has to prove she did it. They do. They say the children ate, but the autopsy says their bellies were empty. Disgraceful, Rose says. If she was getting the nuggets out of the fridge, then the kids wouldn't have ate them. And she took them. How about the tumbler with the crushed pills? Yeah. She told them this, right? Remember, you guys, she told them this. He's just reporting what she told her. He's not even board certified. Crushing the pills. Only Patrick knew about this. She didn't testify to it. She told the guy that she did. Well, she said she couldn't remember. So actually, you're right. Patrick told her. Don't think she lied about the nuggets. She got told she made them. So she said that she can't remember. Patrick said he saw them eating chicken nuggets before he left. So you believe he sent an email while killing the kids? Man, work-life balance is brutal. She didn't even get her story straight with the timeline, voices, and actions. He's a university professor, but not certified. Why can't you post? I don't know, Eva. I don't know why you can't post. I see your post right here. I don't understand why Patrick doesn't want anyone to see his phone records. They might have his phone records. They're just not in evidence because they're not relevant. She 100% did it. I was on guilty train, but Dr. Kirk changed your mind. Witness did mention the rugs PC's new wife was promoting. I do believe it was medicated psychosis, but she's guilty. It's not that I don't believe him, but his story doesn't match Patrick's narrative. He was extremely thoughtful in his answers. You guys remember, he's putting what Patrick has to say and Lindsay has to say. Two things can be true at the same time. How does he get away with saying Patrick told him? Because he interviewed him, and that's part of the entire, he's an expert. He's allowed to go back to his reports, his interviews, and stuff. He recorded the interviews. So she left the phone upstairs at 5:38 and then went back down and took the children one by one. No, she had her phone with her the entire time. He definitely lied about the pills. He never met her in person. That's right, he only did it via Zoom because Patrick was cheating. Isn't that called hearsay? No, not according to his report. Reddington is not debunked very much. Well, he hasn't had the chance to because it's not his witness yet. He talked to her over the Zoom phone. Called 2 times. Absolutely. So the Commonwealth strategy was to save the best witnesses for the rebuttal. Smartest thing they've ever done. She refused to poop at school. That's right. Why does she keep on saying she slashed the screen? I don't know what's going on with the screen. So from what I got, apparently she said she slashed the screen, but the screen wasn't slashed. So does this lend to the inconsistent statements that she's making? I'm confused. Crushed pills, but they were in Patrick's vehicle. No, these were the pills that were in the drawer. So how could he see them eating before he left if she was making dinner when he called? Exactly, Hannah. Exactly. But there is evidence that there was a bowl on the couch. I don't know if you can zoom in and see what the bowl had, but I thought she stopped driving. No, that has been debunked. She drove Cora to the doctor's office that morning, everybody. I keep saying that. If she had a perfectly rehearsed story, they would fault that too. Exactly. Tessa, you hit it on the nose. Bing, 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 bing. Hey, they went to go get dinner, so why not pick up the medication she deliberately didn't go? She may have wanted to research stool softeners. Didn't the teacher say Cora went to the restroom frequently? She did, but she wasn't pooping. Is that over the counter? The Miralax is over the counter. Do you think she might have put her phone down? No. The whole thing sending Pat to CVS to unalive is wild. Sending him to CVS 4 minutes away. Well, then he went to the 3V restaurant, which was 13 minutes away from there. So if you add all that time up, it's about 15 minutes there, 15 minutes back, approximately 30 minutes. Don't understand why Patrick wanted to see his phone records. Okay. You are so confused at this point. You can't imagine being deterred. James, you are not alone. Welcome to the kangaroo court. Who cares? Commonwealth strategy was to bring up the most compelling witnesses for the rebuttal. Smart. All right, everybody over here. I haven't forgotten about you over here on YouTube. Let's see what you guys are saying. Okay. Let's see. Aston answered. Just taking his word for it. Patrick should be charged as an accessory due to his severe negligence. He had a large part in this by simply doing nothing for years for his wife and his children. This witness makes me believe in the Patrick theory. I know. At one point I said, "Oh, here comes the Patrick conspiracy theorists." You're ashamed of Massachusetts District Attorney's Office after this case. We need an overhaul in this state. Well, there are some elections going on in the state of Massachusetts right now. The district attorneys are possibly going to be turned over. But I do have to remind you that this has happened many, many, many times over. And will it really, really, really change? By the way, go watch Trial 4 on Netflix and you'll go see Rosemary Scapiccio in action, which by the way, they're going to have closing arguments the same day Rosemary Scapiccio is going to be barbecuing Adam Lally. So we're going to have to push that back. Saturday stream, anybody? So we'll see. It's okay because it'll be streamed and we can watch it. That's not as important as these closing arguments are. Wasn't she researching Miralax and the illness way before? Yes, she was earlier, around 4 o'clock-ish. Also, it's easier to send someone else for meds with a sick child. Doesn't think that proves anything. You think that there's more than we know. Exactly. Yikes, the prosecution got me on their side. First time today, story changes and voice stopped after Dawson was gone. She was sad and depressed and she wanted the kids to go with her. When did he have time to go up there to see the powder in the cup? I think it was after. Everything was said and done. These last two witnesses were very believable. No talking in circles will take away what he and the other guy had said. Yep, the prosecution has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt at all that she did this. Did Patrick also tell you that she had prescriptions in his car? He obviously is aware that they were crushed. Two sides every story. Then there's the truth. Absolutely. Put your hands up. Weren't they found crushed? I don't know about this part. It's odd that no one doc has ever heard of having a voice once and once only. That is a huge thing that we keep hearing. So basically, he's saying she's a liar. I just think that he's talking about that she's got inconsistent statements. Oh, we're talking about Dolly Parton. Yes, Dolly Parton passed away. If you did not know that, I'm so sorry. Dolly Parton passed away. I would say without her testimony, I would find it difficult to believe that she was in a state of psychosis. Me putting gut over experts. Yep. Oh my goodness, everybody. All right, there are, I don't know how many people are here. There are 881 people in here. Hello, everybody. If you don't know who I am, I'm MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. If everybody could please like, follow. If you don't know, I'm on other spaces as well. I'm on TikTok, as you can see. Hi. I'm also on Facebook, same channel name, Legalese123. I just pulled up Ian Whiffen's stuff to give you guys the receipts. So go over there and go like that page, and you'll see that I post evidence from this case and other things as well. I'm not a one-trick pony. Lindsay Clancy is not the only case that we'll be covering. We'll be covering much more as once Lindsay Clancy is over. What is happening? And I'm live on YouTube if you want to join me there. Same channel name, Legalese123. I cannot show you the live trial on TikTok. They don't allow it. If tomorrow morning or Verdict Watch or whenever you would like to go and hop over there, we're live over there as well. I am not watching the Tupac case. Cannot do that at the same time. This is a lot, you guys. This is a lot. There's so much going on right now. There's so much going on. Miss Melissa, who's on vacation, says, hang on, I went up to go down. I lost you. No matter if the crime was caught on video and you could see her doing it, these conspiracy theorists will believe that Patrick did it regardless of any evidence. Good afternoon. Why should we wait and not go straight from the doctor to pick up the meds? And the doctor recommended her for constipation. Let her daughter suffer for another 10 hours. She's guilty, absolutely. We don't know what happened in the doctor's office. Regardless, if she wasn't in psychosis, she was mentally ill. And some people said that they give that medication at night. I don't know. That's not an evidence in this court. Did Lindsay's attorney have to be present while she was interviewed by experts? That's a good question. I would like to think that somebody was there. But I don't know. I'd like to think that they did. All right, my law lovies, we're at 254K. The goal today is to get to 275. So if everybody can just pause for a minute, please go ahead and like. And thank you, Cactus Blossom, for the heart me, and Anna for the like huggy thing, and Donna sent a rose. You guys know there is a battle going on. Miss MCAT218 sent me 90 roses. And a couple of you had sent me a donut. Who is going to beat MCAT's record? And Amy sent 10 ice cream cones. Is somebody going to beat the ice cream cone record? So if you want to send me a lovely gift, please do. My gifts are open. What does that mean? You guys are contributing to my notebook and, oh, thank you. You guys are contributing to my notebook and my research efforts and abilities. Thank you so much, Anna, for the kiss. That is so awesome. I love those. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Nolan sent a donut. Thank you. I do like donuts. I haven't had one in a while. I need to get one. All right, law lovies. Felicia says the autopsy showed the children had empty stomachs. So I don't know. Can I recap the last hour? Because you missed every bit because the angry customer at work. Oh my goodness, Miss Rivera. Well, as you guys know, Dr. Safoff is on the stand. He is a FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit forensic psychiatrist. I keep messing up. I'm sorry. He was on the stand and he did a lot of rehashing. But he was very specific as to Lindsay Clancy doing things. Gosh, hang on. I'm going back through my notes. First of all, he interviewed her via Zoom. Didn't know if you knew that. The last time he did anything with postpartum was back in 1987. He hasn't done anything else with postpartum psychosis since then. Just to let you know, because you know that Reddington is going to come back on him. Oh, he was talking about the command hallucinations at the fridge, making the kids dinner. When she got Pat's call, she said she heard a voice that was the last chance to unalive the kids and to unalive yourself. He kind of debunked that because he's like, he's saying she's at the fridge when this happens, and everybody was just going crazy after them. They talked a little bit about Dr. Spinelli, who Dr. Spinelli was supposed to come and testify, but she got yeeted because she was doing some naughty things. So the defense lost a huge major witness in their case. Is that good or bad? I don't know, because I don't know what Dr. Spinelli's report is. Remember, she kept saying they were talking about her inconsistencies. She told Dr. Spinelli one thing. She told this doctor something different. And so he's saying, when you're talking about the voices that you're hearing, you have an inconsistent statement. That does not equal psychosis. That's what they're saying. And that the voice was repeating over and over and over again. And then after the death of Callan, that it stopped. And he said, that is not likely in your psychotic state. The voices stopped after the death of Callan. And then she went back upstairs to engage in unaliving herself. He was talking about constant intermittent voices versus typical voices that you would hear. Hearing a voice with delusion that is not typical. It's rare. So he's saying that if she was having delusional thoughts and hearing a voice, you can't have two at the same time. So what does that mean? So 1 minute she's like at the refrigerator getting something, and then she really isn't. He's continuing to say that her statements are inconsistent. And it goes to her mental status at the time, and to understand that what her actions were at the time that she was doing it. This was his interview with her. And that between Patrick, he did say this, between Patrick and Lindsay, that one of them isn't correct in their assessments as to what transpired. So he did say that. And he keeps going on about the inconsistent statements. They talked about whether or not she was going to take the lamictal. She didn't take it. The lamictal was prescribed by Dr. Rose. I don't even know who Dr. Rose is. Through Tufts, Rose, and Gelada, I got confused about all the three of them. Lamictal was being prescribed. That's the mood stabilizer. Remember, at some point in time, Gelada said, listen, I think you're bipolar. And Patrick's like, no, she's not. I want her to go. She's like, well, maybe you should take the lamictal. She got the lamictal, but she never took it because she looked up the side effects and it said that it was going to cause a rash. And everybody in the comments were like, oh my gosh, she wouldn't take this if she was going to make it better because of a rash. That's a conclusion that you can draw. And then he went on to say about the order in which she asked Patrick to go get the food. So you remember she looked up how far it was, and then she texted him and said, you know, do you want to go to 3V to go get the stuff? And I wasn't really following or buying or picking up what he was putting down when he was talking that it was out of sequence. I kind of do that as well. I tell my husband, hey, would you like to go here? So I don't buy that so much. And so that he is claiming that she sent him on errands. So not only, so in the beginning, it was just sending him to the restaurant, and then she piled on by sending him to the CVS on top of that, as the prosecution alluded to give more time, to buy her more time to do the deed, which again goes to premeditation, etc. So that's kind of the report of the everything that was going on. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about. We're at 261K. You guys, we need to get to 275, please. Based on the evidence, do I believe that she did it and is criminally responsible? The blue ghost. Guess what? Remember what the judge just said at the end. We haven't heard all of the evidence, number one. Haven't heard closing arguments. We don't even know what she's charged with completely just yet. Waiting until everything comes in, and then I will tell you my feelings. I do have to tell you that these last two witnesses were very convincing for me, so my teeter-totter is slightly leaning towards something else right now, if you catch my drift. Are they really going to watch 10-hour interviews for each experts? We don't know what the jurors are going to do, but it's available to them if they want to. I'm not watching the Tupac case. Judge was all over the witnesses. What websites has the evidence? Miss Lily, mine. I'll tell you about that in just a minute. Latasha Sanders, please. When they open the trial again, absolutely. Yari RN21. I will be watching that, so I will bring that to you as soon as we have any information on that case. But it's going to be a while, you guys. Once a conviction is overturned, first of all, the person doesn't get out of jail. They're still held there. And then they have all these pre-trial conferences. And Karen Reed, they didn't try her until the next year. So I don't know if or when they will do the Sanders case. They might plea her out. You never know. Today was even more mind-blowing than yesterday. It was. Sure, rest in peace for Dolly. You're so confused about everything, but feelings are so heavy and not right. So many inconsistencies. Do I have a live show on YouTube? Yes, Debbie. I'm live right there now. Same channel name, Legalese123. Make sure to go over there, like, subscribe, turn your notifications on. And if you're over on YouTube, I'm not ignoring you. Dr. FBI has been the most convincing that it was planned. I like how you call him Dr. FBI. Yes, just got to the live status after listening on 2 times speed. Thank you. Are they in break or did they rest? They're done for the day, Surf. We'll be back tomorrow. We still have Dr. FBI on the stand in the prosecution's case, and then we'll get to do the cross, and then goodness knows what's going to happen. What was he saying when she said, you want to go to 3V, and Patrick doesn't think that there's a bit too far away, and then she said no because she wanted the Mediterranean bow. I didn't really get all of that. I just got the text messages that she said, why don't you go to 3V tonight? Because I don't know if I have the exact wording. Hold on. Let me see if I have the exact wording. The exact wording at 4:53 p.m., she said, Pat, want to get takeout at 3V. I didn't prepare anything for dinner. That's what she said. See, I have receipts. But then she said she was afraid to be alone. Well, Melissa, the afraid that she wanted to be alone was in the civil case. And it's only come out in smatterings in here. So that one can't come out yet. That one hasn't come out yet. You know, because you watched the civil case or you read it with me. So that's why I said, if you guys if you read, or you can go to my YouTube channel and go on to last week, or go to the Lindsay Clancy and you can look at the playlist. I went over her civil case. Once you go down that route, you can't unring that bell. There are some things in the civil case that have not completely come out in the criminal case. And just remember, the jury they know about the civil case, but they do not know what's inside the civil case. They will not read that. They cannot read it. It's not part of this case. Okay. All right, I'm going to go up to go down. We're at 264. Keep going, going, going. Cora Dawson Callahan had empty stomachs. I cannot find where she said the stomach was empty. I would have to Google that. I'm not 100% sure. Has to be one of the medical examiners, right? Mac the Quack and Hellburn, not experts. This doc is more credible, but still reaching. Can someone Venmo? You guys, block that person. Thank you. Thank you, girls. You guys, I'm just reading as we go down, so sometimes I read things that should be blocked. Thank you, moderators. You're doing great. Are we on for tomorrow? Is it over? No, we are on for tomorrow. We'll be back at 8:30 tomorrow morning on TikTok and live on YouTube. If you want to join me over on YouTube, please join my Legalese 123 channel and we can watch together. A lot of people go on the TikTok and then a lot of people go on the YouTube, watch it with me, and then they like send me messages on TikTok. But there is a nice, lovely chat over there as well. And I do go back and forth. So there wasn't any testimony that you recall about it not being in her system. Who was the last witness? Dr. Safoff, who is a FBI behavioral analysis unit expert. He also is a teacher, professor at universities. Inconsistencies even with her own stories, which means she was aware of avoiding any legal implications. Could be you could go down that road. While being questioned, note that she was still under medication. Absolutely. And you know, Reddington's going to bring that back up again. Inconsistent because it didn't match what Patrick said. Could be as well. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like Lindsay's words hold much weight with me. Very, very interesting, this witness. He's very interesting. I know a lot of you guys say that he needs to go a little faster, but he's thinking very methodically before he says anything. But the Lamictal was not in her tuck screen, right? Because she didn't take it. This was way back when. She didn't take it because she said she was going to get a rash. And so what they're saying, what the prosecution's alluding to is, look, she could have been better. She could have been diagnosed as bipolar. She would have been on these meds and she wouldn't have done what she did. That's a stretch. They're not saying that per se. I'm just kind of picking up the pieces they're putting down. I don't get why we are expected to ignore these inconsistencies. These are important. Help. Alabama Slamma, I'm with you, girl. I'm with you, girl. I'm confused. Dr. Rose is the friend who suggested she take that medication. Right. But this is the first time I'm hearing it in this trial. Is this medicine gives hives, and how is she in psychosis? She's aware of the symptoms. Right. She didn't take it, you guys. She did not take the Lamictal. I like this live and other lives. They're saying the witnesses is lying. Okay. She's worried about a rash all over her mental well-being. That's the conclusion one could draw, right? Lamictal rash is a life-threatening side effect and not just a small dermatological issue. I don't know. Has anybody taken it? And does anybody have any first-hand experience? Someone who lives in Duxbury, this doctor is spot on about the restaurant choice. The rash from the medication can be very serious. I saw that as well. Thank goodness for Taco Tuesday. I didn't want to spend too long on dinner tonight. Me either. Yeah. I never got a rash, but okay. You never got a rash, but its side effect, UCYA. I don't know what that means. But there's evidence she took Lamictal then. I don't mean in the context, but it was in her system. I don't know what you guys say. Rash or unalive children. I don't mean to laugh at that, but that's, yeah. She did it. Thank you for the follows. Yes, very much for you. Who will go first in closing? The prosecution. So the prosecution goes first, then the defense, and the prosecution can come back as a rebuttal to rebut the statement that the prosecution or that the defense did. The biggest mic drop moment is her having severe mental health in college and not sharing it with Patrick. Not sharing this information at any time with Pat before and after marriage. As much as she loved her children, and then she turned around and unlogged them. She must have a mental. Mandy, I'm going to see if I can find that. They didn't do closing arguments today. Nope. And it looks like they're not going to do that tomorrow either. Closing arguments are slated for Thursday. Does Red still need to cross-examine this last witness? He sure does, but the prosecution's not done yet. Prosecution's not done yet. I think it's difficult for most people to see her as a cold-blooded unaliver, but that is what she is. Millions failed by professionals daily. This is no inconsistency. Can't wait for the cross. Any update on the Wendy Adelson case? Oh, Bert. She appealed. I think she appealed. I'll have to look that up, but I think she appealed. Oh, well, you're talking about Wendy. Okay, so sorry, Bert, squirrel, Bert. Nothing on Wendy just yet. The last update that we had, that Charlie had made his appeal. Charlie's appeal was denied. So he's got a really good attorney, Michael Ufferman, who is going to reappeal his case. I don't know if he'll get an appeal. Donna Adelson did an appeal, but I don't think I've seen it just yet. But there is no update on Wendy and anything going on with her. There was some smatterings that there was some rumors that Catherine Magbanua might be singing like a little bird, and she might get a lower thing. But the prosecutor, I'm blanking on her name. She says it's not true. So stay tuned. Make sure to like and follow Bert. If there's any movement, I'll let you know. You'll be the first to know from me. Someone following your doctor's directions make medicine non-compliant. Heading out, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye, Angel. See you tomorrow. Eva, you're back on. Ooh, okay. We're at 271, everybody. Woo, get there. Okay, Bert, I answered your question. Autopsy report. I'll see if we can find an autopsy report here in just a second. Kids at 4-ish or 6 or after would likely have empty stomach and it would and with constipation not eat. Okay. Thank you for following. Oh my goodness. I hear music playing. What's that music that's playing? Did you send me something, Miss Mary? What did you send? What is that? That is so cute. Oh, that's so... Oh, Barry sending me. Mary sending me music. Oh, then why is the music too loud? Oh my goodness. I don't know. TikTok does that stuff. It's not me. TikTok music's gift. Consent now. That's cool. That's so cool, you guys. That is so cool. Except for it's a little bit loud. So warn me in the chat before you do it, and so I can turn it down. The music gifts are only funny. It's AMSR live. Yeah. So I'm sorry, you guys. I can't control everything. But thank you, Mary. That's so good. I like that. All right, but you squirrel, you made me lose track of what I was saying. All right, everybody, if you are new here, hi, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are doing what's called gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial. What does that mean? That means we are watching, listening. I'm answering your questions, sometimes in real time, sometimes as we get to breaks, etc. We're on day 20 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Tomorrow, Dr. FBI is going to be on the stand again. The prosecution still has their turn with him. Then there'll be cross. Then they're going to yeet the jury. They're going to go over the jury instructions and what they're charging her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then Thursday morning will be closing arguments. The prosecution goes first, then the defense, then the prosecution again. Then the judge will give what's called the charges, and it's a long, lengthy process. Again, I've stated before, I think that the jury will get this case either just before lunch or just after lunch. So either way, Thursday morning, don't go anywhere because it's closing arguments. And then we'll be on jury watch. We'll be on jury watch. My Facebook page is Legalese123. My YouTube page is Legalese123. I'm also on X as well. If you go to my Facebook page, you'll see all of the places I'm at. I'm also on Instagram, but I had to change the name because Legalese was already taken. So I had to put an underline there. It's a long story, but go check me out on the spaces that you want to. Plus, at the end of the day, I also do TikToks and stuff. So go check. Yes, Georgia Kappelman. Thank you, Bert. At the end of the day, I do make TikToks and stuff. I get a little tired. So yesterday's were just all whatever Reddington had to say or things that I thought were important. So I do my best. Thank you, everybody, for following and liking and sending gifts. Kendra, thank you so much. All right, everybody over here on YouTube. Hi, there's still 39 of you over here. There hasn't been any mention of the kids, but it would have been done in an autopsy. Yeah, I got to go check that out. She never mentioned voice until talking to Dr. Z. Just saying. You might be onto something. Does anyone else find it a little bit suspicious that she never shared with her doctors that she was hearing voices and has never heard another voice since the day he committed you said he committed the crime? Do the kids have talk screens? Also, did Lindsay have the drugs in her system that were crushed? All right. Everybody is asking about talk screen. So hold on just a second. Let me see what I can find. Uno momento. Let me go through my Lindsay Clancy evidence and tell you what I have as far as the talk screen for Lindsay Clancy. I'll tell you what she had in her system. Hold for one moment, please, while I scroll through like several pages of exhibits. And I don't know if I have the talk screen for the children. All right, this was what was in her system. She had lamotrigine, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that Lamictal? I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. Mirazapine, quetiapine, trazodone. That was what was in her system. That was in her system. Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone. Those were the four things that she had in her system. And remember, the person who testified to that stated that the only elevated level was the quetiapine, and everything else was what's called a therapeutic level. So they are saying, the prosecution is saying perhaps that some of these things she took in the morning and they titrated to whatever levels that she had during the day, and that quetiapine is the Seroquel. Well, remember, she crossed up some pills at the end. So this was her ending. I know it's confusing, everybody. I understand. I know where you're coming from. All right, let me see. Let me check one other place and see if I have anything in relation to the autopsy reports of the children. I don't think that I think that they were just stated in the testimony. I do not believe that they have it written out, but I could be mistaken. So give me 1 second and let me check and see if that is anywhere else. So hold for just a moment, please. Okay, that's me. That's that. That's that. You guys, I have like 16,000 tabs open. Oh, hold for just a moment. I have to get my database. I have a little bug flying around. So you guys, at the end of this, I will, once we have a lot of the evidence that comes in, I will put it in a nice little place for everybody for you guys to go and look and see. And then you guys can go look at the evidence that you want to. Oh, come on. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly. What's going on? All right. That's not okay. Yes. No. All right, you guys, I'm not finding it at the moment. And I don't think that the autopsy reports are in, but let me just get a quick look. You guys, there are so many pieces of evidence, all the pictures of the kids, the Cora, when she was at the doctor, all of the reports for what was downloaded and stuff on the computer for Lindsay, the pictures of outside and inside, the plates, the couch, the bedroom. Some of these are posted on my Facebook page, so you guys can go over there. Pictures of the kids, Facebook pictures. The Dr. Reddington's big thing of all of the medicine that she was prescribed. A log of who was coming in and out of the house when the police were there. Her pants are closed, the exercise bands, what her toxicology report was, and that is it. What medicine they found in the drawer. The blood stain pattern analysis, which, by the way, you guys are experts now. You all are experts. I made a certificate for you. Oh, what's this? Nope, that's her report. Nope, that's her report. And let's see. Oh, hold on. This is the toxicology report of what was in her system. That's not the kids' toxicology report. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just look. Ah. Okay. Oh, no, that's the stipulation about the DNA. Let's see what this one is. Nope, that's hers. Nope, that's hers from NMS Labs. Okay, nope. There is no toxicology report from the medical doctors that examined the children post-mortem. So you guys are going to have to go watch those videos of those doctors to get a thing. Hang on just a second. I'm asking Google. Google says no medical examiner testified about food or laxative inside the children's stomachs. But as you guys know, Google could be wrong. So you guys can decide whether or not that's actually true or not. I recommend you guys going to look at the medical examiners, but that's a lot. That was a long time ago. Did they tox screen the children? I don't think so. Oh, yes, they did. They tox screened the children for whether or not they were medicated on rugs, and the answer was no. I do recall that. All right, my law lovies, where are we at? Where is everybody at? Thank you, everybody, for who is giving gifts. Miss Mary, Miss Kendra, Z, and Nolan, and Cactus, and Anna, and LM and Sharon and Leah and T. Wright. If I missed you, Jess, everybody, thank you, everybody, for the gifts. I really, really appreciate it. It goes to the notebook contribution, as well as I'm going to get some new headphones at some point in time. And then we'll figure that out. Oh, we made it to 277. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Miss Rivera. We made it to 277. Thank you so much. After listening to all the witnesses, you still have reasonable doubt. Too many conflicting testimonies. And Samantha, don't blame you, girl. Don't blame you. All right, everybody. You know, I can only go until 4 o'clock because otherwise I will expire and I will melt away. We've been going at this since this morning at 8:30 a.m. It's been 7.5 hours ago. That's a lot. Let me just check one quick thing. So make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure that you have your notifications on. Okay. All right. Is Miss Mary Shoppins, are you on my page right now? If you are, make yourself known. If not, we'll figure it out. Let's see. I can answer a couple more questions. I just wish they would have went with the purification trial so no one would question Patrick's guilt. Franken, that is a very legalese question to answer, and a whole bunch of people don't understand that. But yes, I agree with you. I wish they had gone down that path, but the prosecution didn't. They wanted to make sure that everybody know that she really did it, right? So yeah. Let's see. Thank you guys for the 277. That's amazing. Didn't Patrick put a stipulation on under toxicology in their autopsy report? He did, as far as the autopsy report. I don't remember about the toxicology, but the medical examiner just came in to state that the children didn't have any rugs in their system. I don't know about the food. I would have to go back and watch, but maybe he could. I would have to see. I did post the motion that Patrick's lawyers stated, but that was that was back in July, like July 23rd or 24th. I posted that. So I'd have to go back and look and see specifically about what they wanted to say. Okay, great. All right, everybody, I have got to go. But as you guys know, I'm going to miss Mary Shoppins, who it comes on my feed every once in a while. She's been very helpful to me. She's been very, very, very supportive of me. She has a live chatty chat panel right now. I'm going to put her name here. I can't tag her because she's not on right now, but I will pin it in my comments. Go look her up if you want to go be on her panel, and you guys can, what I call, cuss and discuss. We will be back tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 Eastern Time. Check your spaces. I do post on Facebook and TikTok where I'm going to be. And if you're in YouTube, I also post on there. It's a little like you can go sit in the waiting room until tomorrow if you wanted to, or tomorrow morning before I come on. So with that said, make sure to like, subscribe. I'm in a whole bunch of places. If you go to my Facebook page, Legalese123, on there, you go to the About, you can see all the other spaces that I'm on. I appreciate everyone's efforts, everyone's thoughts. Sad for Dolly Parton today. That was definitely bad. And then, of course, at the end of this trial today, we heard approximately what may or may not have happened to each one of the children based upon Lindsay's account telling Dr. FBI. It was very sad and very, very overwhelming. And just remember, in the end, this is about the 3 children. And whether you believe that she requires jail time for what she did, or whether you believe that she needs to go to a mental facility, it's not going to bring them back, right? So we will continue to have many, many, many conversations about it as well. So, all right, everybody, thank you so much. We made it to 278. And of course, you know what that means tomorrow. You know, tomorrow we got to make it to 300, right? We have to up the bar every day because you guys are an amazing community. I cannot do this without you. I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are just so fabulous. Oh, what did we end up at? Sorry, we ended up 280. Oh, you know, tomorrow we can get to 300 at no problem. So I have to go for the day. I appreciate every one of you. I will see you tomorrow morning, and buckle up, law lovies, because tomorrow might be the end of testimony. Then we can take a deep breath, and then we'll hear all of the law talk tomorrow, and then it gets real. It gets real, right? And then closing arguments are on Thursday. So go check out those spaces, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. All right, my YouTubies, hi. If you didn't know, I started out the day with you guys, and now I get to end with you. Thank you guys for being here and subscribing and doing all of the things. And if you haven't yet, you still can. And if you're on the replay crew, which means that you watch after a live, just go down and make sure to like and subscribe, especially and turn your notifications on, because you just never know. Looks like we're going to have a meeting this weekend on Saturday or Sunday. We'll take a poll. So that we can go over Rosemary Scapiccio's barbecue, because that's going to be fire, and that sets us up for the next thing. So with that said, thank you guys for joining me. East Tennessee says, I just don't know. I'm having mental health issues. I don't recall things in order or correctly. I know. And so then lies the problem here. The jury will be able to use their own inferences in order to make their decisions. So we'll see what the judge has to say when they go to make them. So thank you, everybody, for joining me. I appreciate you all. And I have a cute little outro. I hope it's not too noisy. And thank you all for coming. And we'll see you again tomorrow morning. YouTube will be up at the same time, 8:30 Central. But you can go sit in the waiting room and wait for me to pop on. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 1, 2, 3. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.